Michelle Doherty is here. So we can bring her in first for the zoning board interview. And Michelle, you are currently muted. Muted again. There you go. There you are.
Hi.
Thank you for coming tonight and for your interest in joining the zoning board. We'll be pretty painless here, quick. Basically, the first question we ask all our applicants is, what drew you to apply for this position? What qualifications, experience do you have that you think will add to the zoning board?
Sure. What drew me to it is I'm fairly new to South County. My husband and I relocated here in 2014. We were in Cumberland for 28 years, raised our family there, moved here. And actually, I changed careers when we made the big move and went into real estate. So I've been in real estate now since 2015. A year after coming in, and it's sort of, real estate has such a obvious tie to zoning issues. And I thought it would be a good way to meet other folks in town and to lend my services to the town in a volunteer way. That would be informative. I feel as though as much as I could provide to the committee, I could also learn.
Good, thank you. Questions for Michelle?
Michelle, Joe Veely, I just have a quick question. So either in your time in Cumberland or here, have you attended the zoning board meetings to get sort of a flavor for what they're like?
I haven't been to a zoning board meeting, no.
Great. Have you spent any time on boards or commissions, anything like that?
No, actually, I was the assistant secretary to the Board of Trustees at Roger Williams University. I served in a capacity there as Director of Business Operations for the Department of General Counsel. So I have, we did a lot of contract work. We had 5 unions on campus. So there was a lot of, and I was sort of essentially the assistant to the general counsel there. There were 4 attorneys in the office. So as the general counsel at Roger Williams University was the secretary of the Board of Trustees. So in my role, I was appointed the assistant secretary of the Board of Trustees at Roger Williams University. I also served on the board at the library in Cumberland for a short time, 1 year.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Deb, you had a question?
Yeah, my question really was about professional experience, and Michelle just answered a great deal of that. But what drew you to real estate, Michelle?
Well, actually, I thought real estate appealed to me because my degree is in accounting. So I have a degree from Bentley University in accounting. After, which was a very long time ago. So after I graduated college, I went into banking. So I was a commercial lender at Old Stone Bank for several years. And so I have the accounting, the banking, and then I had a little bit of the legal with Roger Williams. And I really wanted to do something that really brought me more into the community. When I first got here, I actually opened a little LLC to do books for small businesses. I thought that would be a good way to meet people in the area. And it just wasn't, because all I did was sit at my desk in my office here in my house and did books for people. I wasn't really out in the community. So I really wanted to get out into the community. So I thought real estate would be a great thing, and it's been fantastic. I love doing it. Well, of course, I picked a really good time to get into it too.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Abel, can I ask a question? This is Bryant.
Sure.
Michelle, I just had a quick question. We asked this of anyone that interviews for any of our boards. If this particular board doesn't work out for you, would you be interested in anything else?
I certainly would be open to another position elsewhere. It's not, I'm not a zoning fanatic, but I just like to volunteer my services.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
All right. Any other questions for Michelle? All right. Well, again, Michelle, thank you for throwing your hat in the ring. We will be getting back to you as soon as we have an answer.
Terrific. Appreciate your consideration. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
And
Oh,
is Kara, is that the right name? Rec Commission.
Abel, I would ask that you ask Kara if she is one of the attendees to raise her hand because I can't identify her from the list.
Right now, we do not see our next applicant to be interviewed tonight. If you are that applicant, please raise your hand. That would be Kara Biller.
And if it's on a phone, it's *9 to raise your hand.
Yes, and if you are calling in on phone, press *9 to raise your hand. I see Kara now. I think that's probably. All right, Kara, you are in the meeting. You are still muted, however. And if you look down in the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see a little microphone. Click on that, and then on the video camera if you want to be seen.
See me okay?
There you are. Thank you for joining us this evening, and thank you for your interest in joining the Rec Commission. Our first basic question is.
Sorry about that.
Oh, it's all right. Are you having technical difficulties? It appears.
No, I'm okay. Can you not see me?
We
Hello?
can see you, but you're
Something wrong?
breaking up a little bit. Can you hear us well?
Yes, I can hear you.
If you can hear us well, I would try
You
turning
can't hear me?
Try turning your camera off. It might be just using up too much of your memory, and maybe we can just do this as audio. Try talking.
Is that better?
Yes. So again, thank you for joining us tonight, for your interest. Please just tell us, what inspired you to want to join the Rec Commission, and what skills and experience do you bring that you think would be a valuable addition?
Okay. Well, I moved here 20 years ago. I'm a native of Rhode Island. I was from Warwick, Rhode Island, and when we moved here, we had twins that were at the time 1 year old. And from the beginning, I have had, I've been so impressed with the Parks and Rec department. When my daughter turned 8, I got involved in teaching tennis for the town and my son. So I taught for a few years, some tennis in our town. I'm an occupational therapist, so I've worked with newborns. I presently work in the geriatric population. So I'm very much passionate about physical activity and how important that is, as well as, meaningful activities. And from the get-go, living here in South Kingston, I couldn't be more proud to be part of this town. And I've always wanted to promote that. I then went on and I coached tournament basketball for 5 years for girls in our town. And I represented throughout the state of Rhode Island and Massachusetts. My youngest, I coached boys basketball at the tournament level. again, representing South Kingston throughout the state of Rhode Island, Massachusetts. And I'm an outdoorsy person. I'm passionate town, and the leadership in the rec department, I think it's wonderful. I'm very aligned with the mission. And I just kind of feel like this is a natural progression for me to kind of give back to the town of South Kingston. It's kind of where we are right now. I feel it's an honor to be part of this. And, you know, if I can offer my experience and the, like I said, the coaching and the teaching that I've done for the rec department, then, you know, I would be more than happy, and I would love to add to the board of what they have right now.
Perfect. Thank you, Kara. Any other questions for Kara? Have you served on a similar type of board circumstances as this? It doesn't have to be.
Well, you know, I had leadership roles in my department at the occupational therapist at Braintree Rehab Hospital. I ran a camp for 3 years in Santa Mauritius, Long Island, for kids with disabilities. It's the oldest summer camp in the country for kids with disabilities from ages 5 years old till 21. That was primarily different cognitive disabilities, physical disabilities, and the last session was muscular dystrophy. And that was for 7 days. Budget was probably about $800,000, but it was all scholarship money, you know, for these kids to be able to have an experience like any other kid should have in the summertime.
Any final questions for Kara? All right, Kara, well, thank you very much. We have, I think, a couple other applicants, but I think we've done all our interviews for this position, so we should be letting you know soon.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. That is both our interviews for tonight. At this point, let's take a look at the agenda. Rob, if you want to take it away.
All right. Well, it's a action-packed agenda for tonight. We've got all sorts of interesting subjects for the council and the town to ponder on this agenda. I'm just scrolling through here. The licenses are all pretty self-explanatory. There's nothing on that list that is particularly controversial or requires any particular introduction. The public hearings that we have before the council tonight are very important public hearings. They relate to a change in the comprehensive plan and a change in the zoning text and a zoning map amendment that is tied to that text amendment. Essentially, we've had a developer come into town who is contemplating purchasing the old archdiocese property behind the prep school and using that property to develop a wedding venue and sort of hotel, long-term stay facility, making use of many of the old convent and school structures there in that on that property. So it's a project that really doesn't fit the current zoning, which is a residential zone currently. The developer has looked at our zoning ordinance and has found that the thing closest to the type of use he'd like to make is the zone across the street, the special management district that is South County Commons. It's not a perfect match, but it is a match closer to what he wants to do than anything else in our zoning ordinance. So he's asked that the town council change the zoning text to make some changes to allow for a little bit broader use in the broader range of uses in the special management district. including oh God, I'm missing the word now, where you make wine. It's a vineyard, a winery. He's also looking for some changes to the way we do licensing around restaurants. So he would look to have the zoning ordinance changed to allow for a restaurant with a liquor license as of right. His point here being that the council ultimately has the right to determine whether or not any license is issued, but you shouldn't have to go through both zoning and the licensing process is his assertion. So we're going to have a hearing on the requested changes to the special management district. And there's a commensurate change that has to happen on the comprehensive plan, because the plan identifies all of the zoning in the town. And currently the special management district does not extend to the east side of Route 1. So that the comprehensive plan would also have to change to allow for the commercial activities on the east side and not just residential uses. Finally, the map amendment would make that parcel that he's identified subject to the newly modified, should the council choose to modify it, text of the zoning ordinance. There are conditions that the planning board has placed on the extension of the map amendment. You can't put a general restriction on the zoning ordinance, but you can restrict how a particular parcel is going to interact with the special management district. And the zoning map contains a number of conditions. The zoning map amendment contains a number of conditions, including that it's limited to the adaptive reuse of these buildings that are on that property. There's historic buildings there, and the planning board maintains that the one of the great advantages or one of the great virtues of the application being proposed and being considered, that the developer has come in and said, we're going to rehab these wonderful old buildings. The planning board has fashioned a condition to ensure that that would in fact be the case. That's a summary of that, but that's essentially the issue before the town council tonight. On communications, we have a communication on asphalt and parking lot sealants. I would actually suggest to the council that we simply send this over to John Schock's office. When we received this in town hall, we had Rich and John begin to look into it. They are still looking into it. And as soon as we have something to report back on what our practice has been, we can report back to the council on what we're doing as a town, and then we can as well make some recommendations on whether or not we ought to be thinking about some sort of limitation on what private parties do with regard to asphalt and parking lot sealants. Adapted by the Smithfield Town Council. These are COVID expenses, a couple of resolutions on COVID expenses and how those expenses will or will not be counted for the total maintenance of effort for school departments. There's some concern that if towns or cities are contributing more to the school districts because they need it, that not be, for want of a better phrase, used against or count against their future maintenance of effort levels. As you know, in state law, a town must or a city must contribute as much to education this year as it did in the previous year. And these resolutions get to the point that if we're high this year, artificially high this year, that should not set an artificially high basis for future years. We have an email from Dave Pelizzetti expressing support for the idea that the plan that has evolved around the school facilities project does in its current design achieve good outcomes for the recreation programs, both in the schools and for the community at large. It's a lengthy email. Dave may be here to speak to it tonight. Trustham Refuge, there's an attorney representing a number of residents down in the Trustham Pond area who may join us tonight. They are disappointed that the federal government has gone ahead and allowed for hunting with bow and arrow crossbows in the Trustham Pond area, and they'd like us to do something about it. We've had conversations with folks over the course of the last couple of weeks. It's a very difficult problem for us because the federal government is a sovereign power, and we do not have any jurisdiction or authority to tell the federal government how it uses its property. We cannot regulate the federal government's use of its own property. So it is a tricky problem. My advice is that we listen and we could certainly send more letters to Washington, but there's not much that we're going to be able to do with regard to the decision made by the federal government at this point. Lavender Waves may bring a number of residents in to talk about a couple of things. One, the actual use of this particular property, and two, a provision in our zoning ordinance that allows for farms to engage in farm ancillary activities, and whether or not that provision in the zoning ordinance ought to be revised or abandoned because it really isn't consistent with the use of farms as the contention. Farms are farms, and businesses that are that are run on farms, like wedding venues, like business conference type things, are really very different and distinct from farming, is the assertion. So we may hear from some folks tonight on that. We've received a number of complaints over the last several weeks about noise coming from the pump house. We may hear from residents tonight on this issue. We've been actively working with the police department, the neighborhood, and the owners of the pump house to try to come to some resolution that works to reduce the noise, keep noise within the standards established in our zoning ordinance, albeit a standard that wasn't specifically designed for this purpose, and to just generally keep peace in the neighborhood. I think we've had some success, but I don't know that we're ever going to be able to avoid all of the problems and keep everybody doing what they're doing currently out there. So it's a complicated problem, and I'm happy to talk to the council in the meeting about that. Really, if there's an action to be taken, it can be directed to the police department or to my office or to the zoning office. We're working together on this on a regular basis. We're out at this point having weekly meetings with the property, the business owner, and the neighbors. Again, some progress, but it's not going as well as I would hope. A letter from, or an email from Roland Benjamin opposing submittal of the stage 2 application to RIDE. The stage 2 application will be on the agenda later in the evening. So I don't know if you're going to want to open this up here and then at the citizen comment period, and again during the actual new business, but you have those 3 opportunities to deal with citizen comment on this. And I strongly suspect there's going to be a lot of citizens who want to comment on the stage 2 application this evening. Coastal access at Green Hill. This is again just sort of the question of where is the mean high water mark, and how do I know where I can go on the beach, and what part of the beach is public and what part of the beach is private. The simple answer with regard to our right-of-ways is that our right-of-ways extend straight out into the water. So if you look at the curb line on either side of the road, our right-of-way goes straight out, and that's it. Beyond that, the horizontal access is the mean high water mark. Our right-of-ways do not extend beyond where the curb lines would be extended to, if you imagine straight lines from where they leave the hard paved surface. Emails from folks supporting the school facilities. Again, you're going to have 2 opportunities for citizen comment here, and you can do it here, you can do it at citizen comment, and there'll be the chance at the end. The bicycle and pedestrian master plan is ready for review. The committee is ready to make a presentation tonight. I have just had communication with the co-chairs of the committee. They'd be happy to make a presentation early if you want to move this forward. If you'd rather and have this put off to another meeting, they understand. They've seen the agenda too, and they know that it's going to be a very long night. The abatement of taxes is standard, abatement that came in and needs to be resolved. If there are any questions about these particular abatements, I'm happy to answer those. This is actually a correction from a previous, this next item, the schedule for emergency medical services. When the council amended the emergency medical services fees back in August, we didn't strike all of the fees that weren't being changed. And the intent had been to eliminate fees unless they were being changed. So this item today will eliminate those fees that are no longer in use. This will get us to the current rates, which were adopted in August, but eliminate all those that were not changed and should have been eliminated in August. We've had a failure of our digitizer system. This is a critical piece of communications infrastructure. It's the way public safety personnel communicate. It's a critical link in the communication system. It needs to be replaced. I actually have approved this as an emergency purchase and a sole source purchase. There's only one vendor in the New England region that sells the equipment. He's got the sole right to sell the equipment in this region, and we don't have any choice. It just needs to be purchased. As the memorandum points out, the funding is available. We've been putting money aside in the capital improvement plan, so there is money for this cost. This is not, while it is an emergency purchase, it's not one that we had not anticipated, and is fully funded at this point through the capital accounts. This is a resolution authorizing the Eldred Farm property owners to allow, is it AT&T, I believe, allow AT&T to temporarily disrupt land on which we have an open space easement. When the development was created, there was an easement in favor of the town to preserve land around the Eldred Farm development as open space. In order to get a fiber optic cable, AT&T is going to have to dig a trench, not very wide, maybe 6 to 12 inches wide, and then put a cable in, backfill the trench, and leave everything alone. We don't anticipate that there'll be any long-term scar on the land or anything like that. But in order to accommodate this installation of fiber optic cable, because the easement is in favor of the town, they have to get permission from the town council, and this resolution would do that. This is the council's resolution expressing a concurrence on the school committee's decision to authorize the submission of a stage 2 application to the Rhode Island Department of Education for aid in the amount of just over 50, I believe it's $56 million is the total request. there are several documents that have come in over the last few days that are here, and we can walk through those when we get to this agenda item.
All right, Rob, unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to stop you there. We have reached
think it
7.
does.
You ran out the clock on us. All right. Susan, would you mind getting us all ready for beginning the regular meeting?
We'll just take staff out. And we'll be ready for the pledge. Okay.
Welcome everyone to this meeting of the South Kingstown Town Council. It is Monday, September 14th. The time is 7:32. Our first order of business, as always, is the pledge to the flag. Please join us and the town clerk.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And will the clerk please take the roll?
Council President Collins,
Here.
Council Vice President DeCruz,
Here.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Here?
Councilman McEntee,
Here.
Councilman Veely. All members are present.
Thank you, Susan. And before we get into agenda items tonight, 2020 has been a terrible year in many respects and a lot of losses, both locally and around the world. This past week, South Kingstown lost one of its legends in Barbara Hackey, who served for many years as a town moderator, town council member, with great flair. And so I'd just like to take a moment of silence here to recognize all her service to the town. Thank you all. All right, with that, let's get into the agenda, Sheila. Item 4 on our agenda is the approval of minutes of previous meetings.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve for A and B.
Deb Kelso, I'll second that.
We have a motion by Rory, a second by Deb. Is there anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously and brings us to item 5, which is the consent agenda.
Deb Kelso, motion to approve the consent agenda.
Bryant DeCruz, I'll second.
Motion from Deb, second from Bryant. Is there any discussion? Is there anyone opposed? That motion carries as well.
Mr. President, if I can interject, if you let me for one moment, the bicycle and the pedestrian and bicycle committee, do we want to address that issue now, having them come back another time? I think would probably be prudent. So we have enough time to devote to their presentation. I think if we can tell them now would be better than waiting until the agenda time.
All right. Rob, are you in communication with the BPAC?
Broken communication. They're actually not in attendance at this point.
Okay, well,
So the stated preference by the co-chairs was that if we really are hurt for time, they'd rather have the time to do this right with the council. So if we can't move them forward because they're not in attendance right now, based on their stated preference, I suggest that Councilwoman Kelso's suggestion is appropriate.
I would agree with that as well.
Okay, well, I think that we should, I mean, let's handle it when we get to the agenda items, I suppose what we should do, since nobody's here to represent them and speak on it.
I wanted to afford them the chance to sign off if they were here, but if they're not here, that's okay.
All right. Well, I agree. I mean, it's an important topic, and they've spent a lot of time coming up with that report. So we definitely do want to hear it fully. Okay. Well, for right now, let's get to our public hearings. Item 7, 7A is a public hearing continued from August 11th, 2020, relative to proposed amendments to the comprehensive community plan relating to property located at 4780A Tower Hill Road, also known as AP 50-4 Lot 12, as shown on the map below on the agenda. The proposed amendments would revise the designation of the property on the land use plan maps 2.3 and 2.4 from residential very low density to Route 1 Special Management District, and 2, make associated changes in the text of the comprehensive plan relating to the allocation of land among the various zoning districts and land use plan map categories, and relating to the description of the Route 1 Special Management District, as shown on Exhibit 1 attached to the agenda. The application is by Morgan Schoen Hospitality of 12 Grant Street, Stonington, Connecticut. And I believe there are some items to be read into the record.
We do have a memorandum from the interim director of planning dated September 4th. We have a supplemental narrative from the planning board dated December 3rd. And we have an email that had been previously received from Susan Marcus, which was referred to this public hearing.
Good. And I suppose the applicant should be brought in to this panel, if we can do that. If you are here as the applicant or representing the applicant, please raise your hand just in case we don't want to miss anybody. Looks like we have Ryan. James Callahan. I think that's the wrong Ryan.
Yep.
All right. Very good. So Ryan or James, I don't know which one of you wants to start, but feel free if you have
There's someone else just raised their hand, Brian Wagner.
Okay. Wagner. I don't know if one of you might have a presentation to show, but if so, let us know and we can do the share screen thing. But otherwise, take it away.
Great. Thank you very much, Council President Collins. Members of the council, thank you for your time tonight. Mr. Zanetsky, Ms. Goins, Ms. Flynn, good to see you all. Mr. Parker. James Callahan, Callahan & Callahan, 3 Brown Street in Wickford. I'm here tonight with Ryan Schoen, as you can see on the screen. Ryan is the principal behind Morgan & Schoen. We're here before you tonight on a series of proposals for your consideration related to 4780 Tower Hill Road. You're all probably familiar with the site in some respect. It's the property to the east of or behind the Prout School and the Stedman Judicial Complex. As you probably know, it's been for sale for a number of years, and the vast majority of the 35-acre site is not visible from the highway. For about 20 years, the site has been vacant, and it's currently owned by an arm, I guess, of the Catholic Church. Ryan Schoen, who's here tonight, has a very exciting and we think unique proposal for the property. We're seeking a zone change and associated amendments to accomplish an extensive adaptive reuse. As Ryan will detail, he plans to convert the site into a destination including a 33-room boutique hotel, a bottle winery and vineyard, outdoor event lawn, indoor event and wedding space, conference and meeting facility, a restaurant with alcohol service, spa and fitness center, and in the future, 12 extended stay bungalows, which harken back to South County's cottage and summer history. We think the unique part about this proposal is that it will adaptively reuse the current building, which has a great history, which Ryan will detail when he does his presentation. The vast majority of the site or the building will be rehabilitated and reused, and it will include basically just renovations. There will be nearly no additions to the actual current structure. And very importantly, we think, Ryan has also proposed to restore the historic gardens that were originally designed by Beatrix Farrand, who designed gardens in the early 20th century for, I think, the Rockefellers at Princeton and at Yale University. So we think this proposal has some fantastic aspects. Not only will it maintain its current site in much of its current form, but also be an economic engine employing dozens of locals, and will add the property to the tax rolls for the first time in a generation. We think nearly 75 or close to 100 years. Also, there will be no residential uses on site. There will be an increase to the tax rolls, but no increase in school enrollment, which is consistent, we think, with the SMD district and the comp plan. And Ryan notably found this site while looking at a site in another area. So we hope that that community's loss is South Kingstown's gain. When looking at the site, we examined the zoning possibilities. The current zoning is R80, which if the whole site was developable, which you don't think it is, there could be 0.55 lots per acre. So that would be a significant addition to the housing rolls and the associated costs for the town with that kind of proposal. We think this is a more interesting proposal because a Route 1 special management district allows a variety of uses which will benefit the town and the townspeople, we think. Also, the SMD has a lot of uses that we are not proposing. And through the planning process, we've limited the uses that we propose to allow for just basically what Ryan has proposed. As the Planning Commission discussed, we don't want a proliferation of mattress stores in that area. That just isn't going to happen with this proposal on this site. First, because we agreed to limit the uses, and there's no visibility to the site on Route 1. So it's really not a commercial entity in that respect. We think that this proposal actually perfectly complements the SMD across the street because it provides something the SMD currently lacks, which is an outdoor or indoor wedding venue space. We learned from the Planning Commission that one of the things they wanted in the SMD was this kind of event space, because the hotels on the western side of Route 1 have availability in some respects. And if Ryan has an event at the proposed site, his hotel cannot possibly house all the people that would likely be at these events. So the spillover effect would be significant. And we think that it'll extend not only to the South County Commons, but to Wakefield and Peacedale, and provide the restaurants and the area in general a great benefit. Since we first proposed this plan, we've met with the staff, Technical Review Commission, Conservation Commission, and Historic District Commission. And each of those bodies has provided their approval for this concept as it stands now. In addition, the Planning Commission has granted master plan approval subject to the potential zone change with conditions as detailed in their decision, as well as a recommendation to you for the zone amendments which they did approve. Ryan has developed properties like this in Jackson Hole, California, Tennessee, and Hawaii. We hope that South Kingstown is added to that list. The location and adaptive reuse and its gardens will or should attract local, regional, and national visitors. And this will be an open site. This property will be open to the public for the first time basically ever. So really think it could be a tremendous addition to the community. By this time, you certainly heard enough from me. So I'd like to ask Ryan to give his proposal and his vision for the site.
Well, thank you, James. And thank you everybody for the time this evening. I know you guys have a very long agenda, so I'll try to be brief, but please, if I miss something, feel free to ask questions as well. And I think James gave a great overview there of what we're looking to do. You know, we came across this property and frankly looked at it and were astounded with what we saw. It's it seems to be a really special piece of property. There's about 50,000 square feet of non-conforming use on this 36-acre property, which is, you know, you look at it and you say, okay, this is as we laid out, an R80 zoned piece of property that's been non-conforming use for so long. What are you going to do with it? You don't want to tear this thing down. You got to figure out something really creative. And so that's where we started brainstorming to come up with this idea. So the goal really of what we're trying to do is adaptively reuse virtually all of the structure that exists there. So that was goal number one. We think the proposal will provide this significant tax revenue because obviously it's been off the rolls for such a long period of time. We spent some time reading through the community plan, and as James highlighted there, you know, one of the things we kept seeing over and over again is no additional burden on the school system and those services. And so we thought, okay, that's we can come up with something for that. And then we wanted to develop something that really kind of played along with the rural character of the community and the surrounding area. So that's kind of where the genesis of the whole thing came about. And so from there, we decided, hey, this agricultural retreat is really the direction that this property should go. So stepping back, obviously there's 200 hotel rooms across the street right now with no real significant meeting space, no location to hold a wedding. This property has a chapel sitting on site. That's, you know, it's a beautiful chapel, needs some upgrades and some finish work and that whole stuff, but it's set, it's ready to go. There were 120 full-time girls that were boarding at this school, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. There's a cafeteria there that was serving all of these meals. The idea is to repurpose that into the restaurant. You know, it's really kind of trying to think through each of these components of the existing building, the dorm buildings. How do we turn that into hotel rooms with a lower intensity use of the 33 rooms? But so that was sort of the thought process that we've been trying to create as we've gone through this. You'll see there's two wonderful fallow fields that meet up towards the Prout property. We looked at those and they have a great gentle slope. The idea behind that is these would be wonderful for vineyard sites. You know, a lot of white wines, that sort of thing would be produced there, and then provide that draw for the community to sort of create this sort of agricultural, one part destination resort, one part, you know, locally generated ag destination, I guess, is sort of the thought process. And then we kept just digging and digging, and it was crazy, the stuff that we started to find, where, you know, the original name of this property was called Shepherd's Run, named after Shepherd Tom Hazard, who I could probably go on for hours about his history, but he, you know, was an amazing member of the Rhode Island community, the Peacedale community. Obviously, this property was his originally as well. He was an anti-slavery advocate long before the Civil War, published quite a bit on it. And so this property was basically dedicated back to him. The people who built the main residence, it was built in 1933 by Elizabeth Hazard and Rush Sturgis. Their main residence is now the President's House at Brown University, and this was their summer home. As James alluded to and or spoke to earlier, they also commissioned Beatrix Farrand to do the gardens here, who in her own right is, there's 10 men in her that founded the American Landscape Architecture Institute. And although her gardens, the plantings aren't there anymore, the walls, the structure, it's there to be brought back to life. And so we found the original drawings at Berkeley's Design Archives, and the idea is to bring that back as a piece. Thomas Pym Cope was the architect of the main structure. He also designed the Dunes Club. Actually, the president of the Dunes Club at the time was Rush Sturgis. So there was a little bit of that going on. It was an interesting piece, but the Historical Commission actually gave us a lot of insight into that and found us some beautiful photos from the Library of Congress archives, and that's really going to help as we get into the future stages of how do we progress this thing, hopefully, if we move forward. So that gives you sort of I think an overview. I'm happy to answer any specific questions if there's things along there, but our obviously our main objective here, you'll see one of the communications that came across was an alternate strategy. We're not as big a fan of that because the thought behind that alternate strategy was really spot zoning. And we think that, and I believe the Planning Commission believes as well, based on their vote, that we really can limit the use. We have no desire to do the other uses. They're in the SMD. So what they have requested here is that, yes, it's in the SMD, but it is a very defined, very small parcel of that SMD with only these uses, which is more than appropriate for us. So with that, I will leave it alone.
Very good. Thank you, Ryan and James. Are there questions for the applicants from the council? I can't hear you, Joe. I don't know. It shows you as unmuted. Joe, I'm going to
turn on your microphone. If you go to the arrows near your mute button, make sure you're on the correct microphone.
Is there anybody else who would, Rory?
Ryan, first off, I just want to say it's great to see someone like yourself pursuing a project like this in South Kingstown. We think it's a great thing, definitely beneficial to the town, increase the tax roll, enhance the economy, more jobs, things of the like, which is great. So we appreciate that. I just have a few questions toward the planning director as far as the special management district zoning. Now I understand the commons across the street is under that same zoning, which seems to be pretty general, allowing for things we see over there: movie theater, nail salon, gym, mattress sales. Sears was there at one point. Now I know the applicant doesn't intend to go beyond the uses that he intends to do, which are detailed in his application. But is there a way to limit the zoning even further to only allow for the uses which he intends to do? I know one of the concerns of some members of the planning board has been unintended consequences in the future, where, for example, maybe if Ryan were inclined to sell for whatever reason, 10 years down the line, and then that new business owner were to decide to move into new direction as far as business development, this special management district may allow for things beyond what Ryan intended for.
So yeah, this is Jay Parker. Good evening, everybody. The discussion that happened with the planning board ultimately yielded in an approval with conditions, and those conditions were specific to allowing only the uses that Ryan is pursuing. So those uses would be limited to use code 01 for a crop farm and vineyard, use code 40.1 for motel hotel use with over 20 rooms, including accessory uses to the hotel use for the indoor events and wedding hall and such. Use code 56.1 restaurant with alcohol service, 56.3 accessory entertainment to the restaurant, as well as use code 71 food products manufacturing for the winery itself. With those conditions imposed on the zoning map amendment, those conditions would carry with the property. And if let's say a future owner decided to, they wanted to do a different type of venture that were uses other than those, they would have to petition the council for a zoning amendment to do so.
Okay, so the special management district zoning, as applied to the parcel of land in question, would be limited to the uses that Ryan intends to proceed with and nothing else beyond that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
This is Amy. Rory, I just want to elaborate on that. This is Amy Goins, Assistant Town Solicitor. So if the council approves what the applicant has requested as the planning board recommends you approve it, you'd be rezoning it to special management district with conditions. So it's special management district with an extra twist, and we're allowed to impose conditions on a map change. And in fact, the state law says that if the use for which the land has been rezoned is abandoned, or if the land isn't used for the requested purpose for 2 years or more after the zone change becomes effective, the council can actually rezone the land back, can almost undo the zone change after a public hearing. So I think there are appropriate conditions that have been recommended, and the other condition that the planning board recommended is that it be limited to a proposal on adaptive reuse. So that really requires the applicant to, as they have proposed, preserve the existing structures.
Thank you.
Other questions from council members? Deb?
Good evening, Ryan. Good evening, James. I too think this is an exciting proposal for us. I think that land has been vacant far too long. So thank you for bringing this to us. I have a couple of questions. First of all, to the planning director, why was the subzone alternate abandoned by the zoning board? Why would we not create an SMD subzone, which would really limit? My concern is that, again, 10 years down the road, we have a sale, and the new applicant is now looking to the special management district for all of the uses that are there. I also have a question about, if memory serves me correctly, when the special management district was created, the Hampton Inn was not allowed to have alcohol, a restaurant and a bar. I think that was part of the original agreement, because the fears were that it was going to drive business away from Main Street and to this special management district. And I'm concerned about the owners of those properties now seeing what was determined at that point negated across the street. So I have some concerns there. And was that addressed about what the implications are for the restaurant with alcohol use, the weddings, the venues, all of that, to the Hampton Inn and the other hotel that's just gone in?
So the first question in regard to the subzone, that was a discussion that happened with the planning board. I believe it was touched on 2, if not 3 times at their last meeting. And all the board members ultimately felt that it was more appropriate at this time to go forward with the zone change as it's as it was presented.
And what was the reason for that, Jay? What was the reason that they felt it was more appropriate, if you can help me there?
I believe part of it was timing, and the other part of it was that in the end, it achieved the same, achieved the same purpose for what the applicant was trying to do. And it wasn't a substantial enough change to warrant a re-advertisement and extending the review process on that. There wasn't an extensive discussion on it. It came up several times, and all the board members did weigh in on it and felt comfortable with what was being proposed currently.
Okay. And do you have any knowledge of the uses that are allowed? The Hampton Inn is allowed at this point, because I am quite certain they were restricted when that special management district went in.
Offhand, I am not familiar with that. That project was predates me, and we did not really do any research on that side of it. I add that the planning board did indicate that this type of project was something that they were hoping for, an entertainment venue, a destination location, which the town was lacking.
And has the planning board had any communication from, I'm going to say the other side of Route 1, from any of the venues there? Have you had any communication with those folks as far as this project goes?
Not that I'm aware. None that have reached out to the planning department or that was asked to be forwarded to the planning board.
Okay, thank you.
Abel, can you hear me? Is that a yes? Okay, great, thanks. Really needed to get my mic working. I didn't need to speak at this. What I was about to say was that I sort of followed this application through the planning board and watched those meetings, so I'm very familiar with the project. So I really have no questions. I saw the whole presentation, so when the council is finished, I'm happy to hear from the public and then chime in. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Rob, I see that you are muted still. Or are you speaking?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be able to use the blue hand because I'm a co-host, so I apologize. Deb, just to your question though, and I'm going to ask Amy Goins to comment, because I think what you're getting at is whether we're giving special rights on the eastern side of Route 1 that don't exist on the western side of Route 1.
That's correct. That is my question.
My understanding is that we're equalizing the rights in the SMD because of the text amendment application being in the SMD. The limitation comes on the map amendment. So we're expanding the SMD slightly in terms of the uses allowed. So you could do a vineyard on the west side after this, but we're limiting the uses on the east side because the map amendment has conditions.
So could the hotels open a restaurant with alcohol service?
Yes.
The hotels that are existing now? Yes, that's a yes.
Unless there's some other reason, it would be, so long as they're covered by that portion, that use code, the zoning, yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Rob. Following up on Deb and sort of Rory's line of questioning, I understand that the reason not to pursue the subzone as a resort, as I understand it, was made because of timing, because we need to re-advertise the whole public hearing. But I mean, that reasoning doesn't really hold now for us. We could make that designation tonight if we so. Right?
Abel, this is Amy. If you were to, we would need to advertise substantial changes to the ordinance amendments as they're presented to you. If you're making small tweaks, that's okay. The law allows changes to be made at the public hearing. I think if you are prepared to adopt something that is substantially different, my recommendation and advice would be to re-advertise that. So I would like to hear more about what the council is thinking, because if you were to change it to an entirely new zone, that to me might be substantial enough that you might have to re-advertise it. Then you're talking also the comprehensive plan might need to be changed. So I do think that whether you would create a separate category of the SMD, and let's just call it SMD2 instead of SMD1, I think rezoning the property with specific conditions does accomplish the job. And I think it does provide enough protection to the council. And it's not illegal spot zoning because you have the opinion from the planning board that the changes are consistent with the comprehensive plan. Spot zoning, this should not be confused for spot zoning. Spot zoning is really zeroing in on one property and making changes that are inconsistent with the comprehensive plan.
So I want to come back because it's an important philosophical point. The options available to the planning board when they were considering this were either a new zone applied to one property or an existing zone applied to one property via a map amendment with conditions. And that second mechanism is one that we use often. In fact, we used it most recently over at Gravelly Hill when we had a government institutionally zoned property and wanted to allow for solar development over there. The conditions on that map amendment made it possible to constrain the growth and the development on that site. So we use the second mechanism very often. It's a familiar one. The other idea of changing zoning, creating a new zone and applying it to one property it would get you to the same place, but it's not one that we're as familiar with and use as often.
Abel, I've had my hand up for a little while, if you don't mind.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Ryan, James, thank you very much for presenting this to the town. I think it's a great idea. I do think that I have some of the same concerns like Deb and Rory do in this case. Amy, you stated that we could do like an SMD-2 potentially, or is that?
This is Amy. Yes, the council could create a new zoning district, but I think to do that, I would suggest you advertise that change.
And how long would that take, you think, to go through?
They would have to be advertised for 3 weeks in the paper.
Okay. Ryan and James, are there concerns or issues right now with a particular closing date or anything like that on the property?
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, yeah, we have a contingent closing based upon this sale. And the other big piece of what we're trying to do here is be open by June, July of next summer and get our renovations done. But, you know, we understand that piece of it.
And more importantly, why aren't you doing any red wines? It must be the terrain. I was just making light of it.
Very tough to grow. We may have, we'll see. There's going to be some that are going to be rosés in certain years, and if we get great sun.
All right, great. Like I said, I'm all for economic development, but I also want to make sure that the town is protected. My concern is if something were to happen down the road, let's say hypothetically you get an approval and a year into this you decide that you want out. I just want to be more cautious in terms of what can go into that spot if you decide to sell. I'm not saying that you're going to, but definitely things were to change. And then once you change the actual zoning of the property, it becomes a little bit more valuable, I think, as well. So those are some of my concerns. I'm all for it. I just want to make sure we kind of have some safety rails up just in case.
So I want to just check with Amy on this because my understanding is that the zoning map amendment goes with the land and it would apply to a subsequent purchaser as well. So
Correct.
Any conditions that you put on the map continue after this point. They're perpetual.
Correct.
Owns the property.
Correct. And they're listed in the zoning ordinance for everyone, the public and the developer, potential purchasers to see.
And if I could weigh in for a minute, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
When we were trying to come up with an idea on how to do this, we considered initially a separate zone, but since the SMD is basically abuts the property and it's on Route 1, we thought that provided a little more clear and simple mechanism to accomplish what we wanted to do while not creating an entirely new zone, even though it would be a subzone. Because getting this through planning, historic, conservation, I think I'm missing one, planning, historic, conservation, it's a complicated process, but we wanted to simplify it as much as possible. It also limit the uses that would allow us to do what you want to do, but also not expand to, like, as you mentioned, mattress stores and things like that. And I think as one of the planning commission members stated, I think it was the chairman actually, he said that based on this site and the access to the site is actually along the southern border, which is that driveway or road along Prout. There's really no main access point that would allow for significant commercial business like a mattress store or a movie theater. It's the site is limited in some respects, but we think that this use perfectly complements the landscape and what the town wants in terms of development. And if we can, I know that everyone wants to move quickly, but if we have been doing this, I think since when, Ryan? May? I don't know.
No, right. It's not longer than that. I think
lost track of
we
time.
met with staff, but appreciate it.
But we would like to move forward as expeditiously as possible, but also with the limitations you've suggested. And if Amy suggests, I think is the right one, that the zoning map conditions will provide you with the safety net you want in terms of development.
One of the other special things about the SMD, which we learned, which I guess is an extra restriction, is, you know, every single building, every single change, every facade does have to go back through the planning commission for approval. So, I mean, theoretically, it could change. I guess somebody could come in and say, hey, I want to do this new plan, but it's going to have to go to planning commission. It's going to have to go through that entire process, and then it would have to come to you guys. We're going to be installing grapes and that are very expensive to take out. And I mean, I think, I guess anything's possible what somebody in the future would want, but it's going to be pushed into a direction where it's going to make it pretty difficult for someone to even try to think to propose something different for that site. But
Thank you.
All right. Other questions from council members?
Deb, your hand up.
So just a question, have you received the reports from DEM on wastewater, on the existing wastewater system, or having to connect to the sewer? Have you received those reports back?
we have not. We're still waiting actually on CRMC. That's our first step.
Okay.
And she did let us know we should have it in a couple of weeks, but I
think the proximity to Narrow River is obviously of concern to a lot of folks. And I would hope that we'd get those reports back soon to see where both CRMC and DEM fall in. I'm concerned a little bit about approving this without those reports. That's a bit of a concern for me.
Thank you, Tim. And
any idea on the estimated time back on those reports?
To be honest, I mean, they said with their reduced schedule and everything, she told me 4 months at one point. I know she is trying very hard to move it forward. We had some issues trying to define where the wetland edge was, where we had to go out and resurvey the line to make sure that we were staying back from it. You know, she did let me know for what it's worth. And I mean, I don't know if the town engineers or anybody else can speak to this, but it's going to be very by the book of what the CRMC's guidelines already say. And so she said it isn't going to be anything that isn't already in the state law, basically. But
I will just note for the record that the zoning does not control here entirely. CRMC rules trump, and the town's sewage regulations also come into play here. The fact that you may be allowed to do something within a zone doesn't mean that you will be permitted by CRMC or by the town to do so. Those are separate analyses. This is just establishing a rule that permits it to be done if CRMC and the wastewater crew here in town permit it. So it's not, this isn't the decision that allows for on the on-site wastewater system that already exists to continue to be used. That decision is dependent upon CRMC and John Schock's analysis. The analysis, review of the analysis done by the applicant at a future point.
This is Amy, and I also, following up on Rob's comment, this will come back before the planning board for the preliminary plan stage of review, which is review of detailed engineering plans, and state permits are typically received at that stage of review.
Thank you for that clarification, Amy. I think that's important because some of the comments we've heard about this proposal definitely have to relate to on-site wastewater treatment versus sewers. And I think all those details will be hashed out eventually, dependent, of course, on us approving this tonight or subsequently. Are there other questions from council members? All right, very good. It is a public hearing, and I'm sure there are folks who would like to speak on this proposal. We'll take them, whoever raises their hand first. Nate Merrill is our first speaker. Nate, you need to unmute yourself.
Hey, good evening. You have my wife, Eleanor Merrill, here as well. We live in Matunic. This proposal sounds really exciting. When I heard about it tonight, it was exactly the type of thing that we would bring our young family to go use. And we're excited to have another venue for events in town. It seems great to me, and we're excited for it. So just speaking in support. I have two requests. One would be to minimize the impact on Route 1's traffic light conundrum. And I know that was an issue with lots of the special zone, adding stoplights or not adding stoplights and controlling traffic in and out. That's one concern. And the second one is we're excited to use it, and we're hoping that you keep, it sounds fancy, and we hope you keep a couple of low priced items for people at different price points as well. So thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Nate. David Estes. I am unmuted. David, you need to unmute yourself as well.
Thank you very much. Oh, it's open not to go on video. I only got the t-shirt going here. So first of all, I'm the head of the Prout School in Wakefield. And I just want to say for the record that we have been in conversations with Ryan. He's been very forthcoming, and we convened a meeting of our advisory board at the Prout School. And we wholeheartedly support this venture, and we believe that that the Schoen and Morgan company is respecting the history of the site. We are very excited that they're going to leave the building largely intact with appropriate modifications. We're intrigued by the wine that they're going to grow on this hillside. But you know, the Prout School, its founders were the Sisters of Cross and Passion, who occupied that building for decades. It is important to the history of our school, as it is important to the history of South Kingstown. And we have somebody now who has the ability to imbue that place with its restore its historical ties to our community, and really to imbue it with something that I think people are going to be able to enjoy. at hopefully varying price points. But in all sincerity, we do wholeheartedly support this. We do hope that it is passed so that we can begin the next chapter of that land. And we do feel very confident that we will be able to work very closely with Shepherd's Run for our school and again for the South Kingstown community. So on behalf of the Prout School and its advisory board, we wholeheartedly support this, this project.
Thank you, David. That brings us to Stephen Crolius. Looks like you got muted again, Stephen. You're still muted.
How about now?
It's working.
Okay, great. Thank you. Steve Crolius, Wakefield. So I'm looking at the letter that the planning board sent to the town council on September 3rd. The last paragraph of the letter says that the planning board discussed the idea of a new SMD hospitality zone tailored to suit the proposed hospitality and/or adaptive reuse projects. The letter then provides a rationale for this alternative, and I take away from this the idea that the planning board found merit in the possibility that some type of additional protection, zoning protection, beyond simply extending the SMD with the uses listed would be desirable, and I really endorse that. The letter says that this alternative approach was the rationale for the alternative approach was that creating a new zoning district would prevent the extension of undesirable SMD uses to the subject property. Okay, so I think there's a wonderful letter. I think there's a wonderful idea. And I think it's great that the planning board seemed to have, as a board, seemed to have endorsed it. And they finished the paragraph saying that if the council, it was the pleasure of the council to adopt this alternative approach, that the board would likely throw its support behind it. So I understand that the proposed zoning solution with the uses, the specific uses listed, I understand that on paper, that looks pretty ironclad. Any future developer, any future owner of the property would need to be bound by that. And that's certainly true, but that's also, in my opinion, quite a naive perspective because anybody living in this town over the last several decades, living probably in many places that have an active history of developers coming in, knows that a developer with a vision and aggressive representation can actually start from a place and move their the zoning situation along in a direction that meets their interests. Sometimes, of course, boards can dig in their heels and say no, but history shows that that's often quite challenging. So I think that putting in this additional type of protection, zoning protection, along the lines of a new SMD hospitality zone would put the town in the best position to preserve its interests, our interests as citizens over the long pole. I just feel that something of this nature is necessary, just given the history that we've had around the SMD so far, and other projects where there has been, let's say, zoning creep. So thank you very much for the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you, Stephen. Susan Marcus. And Susan, you are muted still. Oh, you're good.
Okay. Oh, can I start my video later? You really want to see my top knot? Okay, well, thank you both to the developer and the town council for bringing this project forward. In general, I think it sounds like we're moving in the right direction. I would hope that the town would find ways to support. I'm going to speak to some things that haven't been said. The town might find ways, assuming this is approved, the town might look for ways to help if there's the need for connection to the sewer or something. I would hope that there would be some way they could offset some taxes or something if that was an expense to the developer. But I share the concerns that have been raised so far, both in the planning department meetings and in the other public comments tonight, that this variation on the SMD sounds, despite what Amy says, or perhaps in fact, because it's said by the legal department in the town, it sounds very slippery. It sounds to me like it might not really hold up when we got an aggressive developer. And then we were told how negative the town is towards development projects and all the things we often hear. So I too would like to see, I mean, understand just barely that this is a zoning change via a map amendment with conditions. But I really wish the legal department had figured out a way for us to develop a subdivision of the SMD. And I hope the town council will continue to press without delaying the project too much for the developer on that issue. I also think there was discussion of changing the language in the comp plan, which is what I wrote my letter about. And then I see that tomorrow the planning board is taking up the discussion of the revised comp plan. So I guess I'd just like to say that the language that was proposed seemed to me to be highly specious, and I hope it can all be worked out in tomorrow's meeting. One other small thing is I do think it would be good if the traffic in and out of this, I know Ryan has talked about developing the driveway that goes from Route 1 back to this property. But it seems to me it would be, and I understand the government center has said that they could open their property for traffic to move from Route 1 back to this hotel resort. And I definitely think it would be a good idea to use the traffic light on Route 1 rather than using the driveway entrance, even if you're going north on Route 1. It still seems to me that would be, it should be signed in a way, I think, that makes that very clear. People have mentioned the concern about the narrow river. I guess I covered that a little bit with the sewage. So I'd just like to say, I think this is good. The town, oh, to Deb's point, actually, I sat in on some of the meetings when the hotel across the street on the west side was being proposed, and they refused to put in a restaurant in the hotel. They have this thing where you can have eggs made of paper or whatever it is for breakfast. They have the possibility, though, to put in some restaurants on their property. So they do have that right. And I think it's very important to Ryan that he have a liquor license to go along with his proposal. All right, those are my fairly random comments. I felt I could make some random ones because other people have already expressed very clearly the main points. So thank you for your attention. That's what I have to say tonight.
Susan. Next speaker is Greg Sweet. There you go, Greg.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I have to say I'm not for this because I run my dogs and train them up there, and now I'm going to lose that facility. It's going to be a kick in the pants. Now, kidding aside, I think this is a phenomenal project for the town. My gut tells me this will be less use as far as the leach field is than what the previous school had. I think 100 girls or something like that in its heyday, and then it had staff. The leach field, I'm almost positive, was built bigger than what they needed. They have the full-blown kitchen because they probably did, I don't know, 350 meals a day, and I can't imagine this new place doing it. Well, they may want to. I don't know that it'll ever get to that degree. I don't see this being a huge addition to Route 1 as far as traffic goes. We've already got 1 million cars on Route 1 going up and down. So, assuming that the entrance and exit will be worked out, which I have to assume it will be, that's a very low impact too, in my opinion. As far as the zoning are you able to get this zoned, or is what you're talking about now, getting it rezoned with stipulations? What else has to be talked about on that? I guess I'm not totally understanding that. To me, it seems cut and dry. If this is rezoned with specific use, it kind of, anybody else after the fact, if Ryan ever decided to sell this, the hands would be tied. Is that correct?
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, I think the debate is between whether those restrictions, the special recommendations from the planning board, are as strong enough as creating a separate sort of sub-zoning classification for the special management district of a resort or something like that. I think that's what we're trying to sort of figure out here. We've heard the solicitor offer some advice on that point, and I think the planning director also spoke to that issue. So yeah, we're thinking about that.
Yeah, I came in a little bit late and I apologize. I assumed you had addressed it, but we're just double checking. But yeah, I think this is a phenomenal idea other than losing my dog training area. I wish you the best, Ryan, and I hope this goes through. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Daniel North.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good evening. Thank you, Council. Jay, I'm looking for his name. I'm sorry. I got to minimize this for a second. James, phenomenal presentation. Ryan, I love your project. I've seen this property, born and raised South Kingston, seen this property inaccessible for over 20 years. I've traveled the world and the country. So in regards to the west side of the Route 1 property, today's hotel, motel, mostly hotel, objective is not to have a restaurant on property. They've gotten away from that. They usually have a restaurant in close premises, but it's at a corporate America restaurant, Applebee's, such. We have that at the Hampton Inn at this point. What a phenomenal use of the property. I really embrace it. I think our town needs it. It's going to bring excitement. It's going to bring tax revenue and much more new visitors with like perhaps a wedding venue to the area that have never been here before. So I thank you for your time and your presentation.
Thank you, Daniel. And that brings us to Pam. And Pam, if you would just state your full name for the record when you come into the meeting. You are currently muted. There you go.
Hi, I'm totally for this project. My only question concerns the use of water for the winery when that gets underway. As we all know, we have a water ban, and I know that a winery, depending on the system they use, can use a lot of water, and that's my only concern. But I love the project. I can't wait to visit it. Thank you.
Pam, before you go, did you state your name for the record?
I'm sorry. Pam Namias, South Kingstown.
Thank you. Next on our list is Jocelyn. Yes.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ryan, congratulations. What a great project. It's beautiful. I've been following it almost from its inception, and I think it's an amazing use of the property. So my comments are not directed towards you, but directed towards particularly the town officials and our town solicitor. And I'm not going to belabor this, but I do think that there's concern amongst every speaker about unintended consequences, not of Ryan's development, but of the landowners and properties around Ryan's development. And how do we ensure that specific leeway given to this project is not carte blanche for all of the properties around him to seek that? What is the precedent setting? So, unintended consequences would be my concern. Zoning creep would be my other concern. I fully and 100% support this project. I think it's beautiful. I think it's well thought out. I think the history's been taken into account and the planning is great. But I think that the zoning needs to be reconsidered into a special management district or redistricted area. I don't really know the correct language, but I am concerned about unintended consequences. Other than that, Ryan, congratulations. I think this is beautiful and I look forward to seeing you here soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Elizabeth. And Elizabeth, you just need to unmute yourself. And if you would please state your full name for the record.
Absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Hi. My name is Elizabeth Scott, and I want to just say that I think it sounds like a really phenomenal proposal and a great reuse of that property. And the only thing that a significant concern I have is the potential that they would not be sewered. So if it's, a small boutique hotel, sounds like it might not be using that much water, but then if you combine that with a spa and a 400-person event space, wedding venue, conference site, and so forth, you immediately get into a situation where the amount of water and wastewater that could be generated on the site is significant. As has been said, just alluded to briefly during this meeting, the parcel is within the Narrow River watershed. The Narrow River is a very sensitive, it's a nutrient sensitive water body. The town of South Kingstown and Narragansett and North Kingstown have been working on restoring the quality of that river system for over 20 years, and adding a large wastewater source that would be basically putting nitrogen into the watershed is just bad for the watershed. I know that there is a recirculating denitrification system on the site, and the best thing for the river and for the environment would be for this to be sewered. And the fact that the zoning change would allow for this to go forward without sewers, I think is a bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. All right, so that was everybody who had their hands raised. Were there any points, questions raised by the public there that you would like to address, Ryan or James?
I think the one that I just want to make sure that we're clear on is water usage. The vines will not have water usage. They actually vineyards do not. In some locations they do, but they don't need it in the Northeast. They're not typically have irrigation systems at all. So I want to make that clear.
Thank you for that clarification. I know we haven't gotten to that place in really the development process where it's been determined whether to go with sewers or on-site wastewater treatment. Do you have intentions in that sort of discussion at this point?
Yeah, I mean, we at the end of the day, I mean, we very much, you'll see one of my first hotels is an environmental hotel in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. It's the 3rd LEED certified hotel in the United States. I'm a huge proponent of the environment, and we're going to do everything to make sure that we protect and enhance that watershed. So I know those are words, but I'm hoping people understand that we're going to do what's right. And we have CRMC, we have DEM, we're going to have professional engineers. We're just not at that stage yet where we can answer 100% what that is. There are, I heard the traffic concerns, I heard environmental concerns. Those just are the next stage in the process. And we understand we're conditioned upon having the right system in place to make sure we want no nitrification, no nitrates are going to be going into the Narrow River. That's our goal. I mean, it has to be. And so we would like to oyster out of there someday, and you can't. So we're going to do what we can to get there.
And I think as Ryan mentioned in the past at our other meetings, any large scale events would include portable toilets or facilities brought onto site in every instance where there's a certain number of people going to be there. So it wouldn't be the one system taking on all the waste. Additionally, this site is located in the Narrow River SAMP. And one of the aspects of the SAMP is that sewers, ironically, are not encouraged in the SAMP because it encourages development. So it's going to be a balancing act between CRMC, DEM, and the town staff to determine what's the best way to address that issue. And that's really something we'll do at the preliminary plan stage.
And yeah, that's a really good point, actually. And I just want to make that exceedingly clear. Outside events that are happening on that point, it's going to be a third-party system that comes in for that. We're going to bring in, they have luxury porta potties. They do it out at the mansions and a lot of vineyard locations. So that load will not come, 100% won't come to the system no matter what. So.
And I think Ryan mentioned our previous, Ryan, you could talk about the Ocean House and the national park system, if you could.
Yeah, I know there's like a lot of negative feelings sometimes on septic systems, but if they're properly maintained, they can be very successful in a lot of places. And that includes our national parks, some of the most remote areas, the most sensitive areas that exist. The Ocean House, the Weekapaug Inn are both on septic systems. They have to be properly maintained. This system, as it exists today, has a twice-a-year inspection. There's 4 pumps that recirculate. There's an alarm system inside the building. But even if that's not right, we're going to make it to if that's the direction that we go, it's going to be made to whatever standard needs to happen. But we don't have any issue with that. Pollution is not, we don't want waste pollution out of there. I don't know how else to say it. We're going to have vines around there. It does not make sense for us either. So anywho, just to be clear about that.
Deb, I see your hand raised.
Right, so I'm going to go back to the allowable uses in that we're going to now transfer across the street by going forward with this. So I'm hearing a lot about outside events and weddings, and so that means music and that kind of thing. Again, I think there are unintended consequences here. It might be very appropriate for where you are located on that side of Route 1, and maybe inappropriate in conjunction or in proximity to the residences that are on the other side. So I'm concerned about the answer I got, that it's not going to give you special uses, it's going to increase everyone's use. So I have concerns about that, about what the implications of this are across the street.
One of the aspects of the SMD is 605.23. It addresses performance standards and nuisances or noises. And one of the specific points is that there's no excessive noise, no outside speaker or public address system shall be permitted without the express written consent of the planning board. So we hope to address that at that stage as well. So I think the reason we sought the SMD is because it is quite detailed. If you look at the entirety of section 605, it really has a lot of points that it took into deep consideration. And I think if we were going to do a subzone or something, I think the only way we could do it is if we actually took the existing 605 and basically just renamed it SMD2 and limited the uses, which I think would do the same thing that Amy was saying, because you got to come back to the town council and make those changes anyway. So it's interesting. I think it's well crafted, and I think it took a long time. And I think that the SMD has certain attributes that we need to sort of look at for this purpose.
I don't disagree with you, James. I just am concerned about the allowable uses at this property transferring to the special management district. There are some things that are outside the parameters here, right? That's the alcohol service. Normally that comes before us in a separate application, right? We're allowing that up front. I'm concerned about the events, outdoor events. Normally that's something else that's a special use or sanctioned. I'm not convinced that the folks across the street are not going to avail themselves of all of these all of the uses that are included here. I think we're better served by a subzone, a hospitality zone of the SMD.
So Deb, if I may, just a couple of observations about that. First, the restaurant with liquor license as of right doesn't mean that they have the right to serve liquor. It means that if they get a license, they have the right to serve liquor. So the only thing that this would do for the east side and the west side is say you don't have to go to the zoning board as well as the town council. It would reduce the number of stops, but it's an important point. I'm not trying to minimize it. I'm just noting it isn't automatic that you can serve liquor.
An allowable use, correct?
It's an allowable use if you get a liquor license.
So the path for a liquor license would be just the council.
That's correct. If that change in the text were made.
All right. What about the outside entertainment? What's the path forward there? You're muted, Rob.
Sorry. The changes that they're seeking would apply on the west side, constrained by the rest of the special management district rules, as was just noted. So outdoor entertainment would be allowed so long as you're not running afoul of the noise restrictions in the SMD regulation.
Right, but if Applebee's wanted to start hosting weddings outside there, that would be allowable. You know, not that, I don't know who's going to have their wedding at Applebee's, but someone may, right? I mean, let's talk about Trattoria Romana, okay? So that's a better example. They have a lovely courtyard. I want to have a wedding there. We have entertainment. And so would that now be allowed?
Potentially, yes.
Okay, I think those are the consequences that need to be fleshed out here.
But just to add it, we're not asking for additional, that is an additional use. That's already allowed. It's not allowed, but it's not prohibited in this district already. The uses we're asking for are already allowed. I'm kind of missing.
Okay, so that's the piece I'm missing then, Jane.
Deb, this is Amy Goins. Let me offer a little bit of insight. Weddings are kind of a special animal in zoning because they can be, there are a lot of different ways to categorize a wedding. Weddings are allowed as farm events with development plan review, right? That's Lavender Waves Farm that you may be hearing about later tonight. Weddings are allowed at a person's residence as an accessory use, right? A permissible accessory use. If you have a child at home that's getting married, you can certainly have a backyard wedding. Every week of the year, probably not be allowed. That would not be considered, a customary accessory use. So something like Applebee's or Trattoria Romana, could it happen once? Maybe, but where are the people going to park? It really would depend on the particulars, but one thing I can tell you for sure is implications of this proposed amendment on the existing SMD. I don't think anything would happen, one, overnight, or two, without a lot of intense review by both the zoning official and the planning department, and most likely the planning board, because as Attorney Callahan said, the exceedingly strict and detailed rules that are in the existing SMD. It's really a matter of the council's preference for procedure, whether you want to label what's in the conditions, the recommended conditions of approval, as conditions of a map amendment, or whether you want to tweak what's been presented and call it something different. But the substance is the same, and the question that the council needs to ask itself is the same. Are the conditions sufficient, in your opinion, to ensure that the changes, the changes proposed are really tied to this project, not necessarily this owner, but this project as it's presented?
Thank you, Amy.
Again, my concerns are not what's allowed in this property. My concerns are what now becomes a routine or allowable across the street. I just want to make sure we're not giving carte blanche, right, to the other side of Route 1, to the Special Management District at South County Commons.
Yeah, I really,
that's my concern, Amy.
Right. It's hard to articulate it concisely, but I definitely don't think this gives carte blanche to establish new uses across the street.
Thank you, Amy. Rory, you have your hand up?
Yep, Rory McEntee. Amy, I just have a few questions for you to kind of clarify. It sounds like what you're saying is a special management district with conditions, which is presented to us right now, as compared to a sub-district of a SMD, which you referred to as an SMD2, would essentially effectively accomplish the same thing. Is that correct?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay, Rob Zarnetsky, you agree with that?
I do. I would say one thing about it, and that is, if you want to further restrict the new text amendments so that you limit the uses there as well, you can. You can modify the language there. But yes, I do believe that they're effectively the same.
Thanks.
Thank you, Rory. Joe.
Yeah, is my mic working? Great. So I think this question is for Amy. So in the SMD on the west side, there are now outdoor, pre-COVID, there are outdoor concerts weekly in the warm weather. So the use is sort of already being used. I guess, Deb, maybe your question is, could it be expanded to other areas in that Western SMD? But Am I right, Amy? I mean, they're already allowed.
I don't have the history or the facts on what these outdoor concerts are, how long they've been going on, if they've received any official approval, so I can't comment on that.
Right.
But as a general rule, yes, if something is going on now, I'm assuming that, the town takes action on complaints on zoning enforcement matters, so you can make the assumption that what's going on today is currently legal.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can I respond to that just for 1 second? So I guess what I'm talking about is outdoor entertainment tied with alcohol service, right? So that's what's going on there now is the South County Commons folks having a concert. They don't have a liquor license. We restrict, or we approve or reject because folks have liquor licenses.
Okay, thanks. Yes.
That's the difference.
Yep. So, and it's an important difference because whenever you approve a liquor license, you approve a liquor service area, a seating plan. And if there's any approval from the zoning board as a special use permit, that's all wrapped up in it. So someone with a liquor license can't suddenly take their drinks outside, expand to the parking lot. We've moved in that direction temporarily because of COVID, but as a general rule, no, you get a liquor license that's limited to the interior of the premises.
So I'd suggest it might be helpful to walk through the 4 things that really are at play here. On the east side, if the text amendment were adopted, vineyards would be allowed. Is a vineyard possible on the west side? Maybe, but you could restrict that by saying vineyards if X number of acres will be committed to that use, and thereby limit the ability to do that on the west side. So restaurant with liquor of right would be allowed on both the east and west side of Route 1. But you would have all of the restraint, all of the controls that you currently have as the liquor board. You can control the area of service. You can do all of the regulation that you're allowed to do as the liquor board, even though the use doesn't have to go to the zoning board for a special use permit. The outdoor entertainment, as we're discussing, it's probably already permissible. It's already being done on the west side. So I'm not sure how that plays out. The only one that has a real potential impact is the septic. And all of those properties on the west side are already tied into the sewer. So it's really just a question of whether development would be possible with a septic on the west side that currently isn't possible because they can't get to the sewer. And that again is subject to DEM and subject to our regulations with regard to sewer. You've got to do a feasibility study and you've got to demonstrate that the project could not be done because of the distance from the sewer line or impediments to getting to the sewer line.
Thank you. How far away is the sewer line?
On the east side from this property? Actually, I don't know the distance, but you'd have to go across private property or property owned by another party in either case. There is no connection directly from this property, not possible. You'd have to cross property lines. Ryan, do you know the distance?
It appears that it's about 2,000 feet to a connection on somebody else's property, which brings its own thing. It's about 6,000 feet to where the public line is. So at a 20-foot increased elevation. So no matter what, just with sewer, there would be a pump station as well, which obviously brings its own piece to that.
Any other questions from council members? Very good. Well, I
Abel,
think,
do you want to mention that people calling in on the phone would need to *9 to raise their hand?
thank you. That's a good idea, Susan. For folks who might be watching our meeting on their, or not watching it, but participating in our meeting on their phones, if you would like to speak on this agenda item, this public hearing, hit *9 to raise your hand, and then you'll be recognized, and you'll have to hit *6 to be unmuted. All right, I don't see anybody jumping at that opportunity. So if there are no other questions or comments from
Abel, this is Bryant. I'm sorry, I just thought of something. Not knowing the answer to this, maybe Amy can explain. When the sewer system was, say, put in for South Connie Commons, were there any easements granted with that?
I can't, this is Amy, I can't speak to that, I'm sorry. That predated my time.
The reason I'm asking that question is only because of making it easier potentially to connect to sewer than going 6,000 feet.
Yeah, and you're sort of in the neighborhood of a place where a condition or a rule might make some sense. So you make septic possible if no sewer connection can be made without an interconnection on someone else's property or something like that.
All right, any other comments? One thing, Amy, that you said, and Rob, you said the same, that there's essentially no distinction between this SMD2 and the, this SMD with conditions that's proposed here. You're a lawyer, so you're speaking from a legal background here. So you think that, if somebody challenged these conditions in court, they'd have the same, viability for that case as if they were challenging the SMD2 designation?
Yeah, this is Amy. I mean, the zoning ordinance is the zoning ordinance, whether it's in the text or a condition of a map amendment. There's no legal, hierarchy of one over the other. It's all considered part of the zoning ordinance. If you were writing a zoning ordinance from scratch, right, the reason you have different districts or different sub-districts is because you have different rules for the property that are in each district. In this case, what the applicant proposed was SMD with conditions. So it's really up to the council whether they want to accept it as proposed with the conditions recommended by the planning board or write its own rules. And I do think if the conditions that you're considering would be the same in either case, there's no, there would be no legal reason to go for one option over the other. I think that adding conditions as a condition of a map amendment does the job.
Thank you, Amy. So I guess the question to my fellow council members is whether there are other conditions that we'd be seeking beyond the ones in the proposal.
So this is Deb Kelso. Not for me. I think my concerns have been satisfied with Amy's explanation that, I was looking at a subzone, but if it's going to result in the same conditions and the same outlook going down the road in 10 years, then I'm okay, I guess, with what has been proposed by the planning board. I will trust their expertise.
Yeah, Joe Veely, I'll echo what Deb has said. So the planning board has vetted this to this point. They will continue to vet it. We put them there and we trust their judgment. They're very thorough in their process, and they gave a positive opinion. Just a couple of other notes as I watched this process in front of the planning board. There was very limited public comment. As a matter of fact, I think I counted 5, and every member of the public who got up to speak started their statements with, "I like this project," and then had, as we heard tonight, some comments and mild concerns. I feel sort of the same way. Amy, you've satisfied a couple of questions we had tonight, and Rob, and I think the planning board does a very thorough job. So, I mean, to get to us with a positive opinion has a lot of weight to me. So those are my comments on it. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe.
Abel, can I can't find my raised hand button, I'm sorry. So the question I had is for Amy. Would a sub-district be more effective in zoning creep than?
So, yeah, this idea of zoning creep, I really, each proposal that comes before, whether it's the zoning board, the planning board, or the council, is evaluated on its own merit. And each proposal is evaluated based on what the property is, what's around it, how big it is, what's on it now, what's proposed. The idea of zoning creep, you know, maybe over a long period of time, there's some truth to it, but to me, I don't see this as setting a precedent of any sort. This is a very unique development. It's a unique piece of property. It doesn't, to me, tie your hands or tie the hands of a future council. I don't see this as contributing to zoning creep. I mean, at the end of the day, every property owner and every developer at any point has the right to ask the council, the zoning board, to change the rules, right? Anyone has the ability to request a zone change at any point in time. So I don't think this contributes to zoning creep. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Abel, you asked about any amendments. I'd really like to make sure that sewers or some sort of connection to the sewer system is fully explored, and maybe with help from the town in terms of access to an access point that's closer potentially. I just think it's a good idea. You know, if we have sewers on the west side, that it'd be a good idea to have sewers on the east side, if possible.
So, what does the particular language in there say right now? It says something similar to that, correct?
I don't have it in front of me. Hold on a second. Rob, do you have the document?
Looking as we speak. Jay, do you happen to have it right handy? You're going to have it faster than I do, I think.
I don't have it open at this moment, but I could take me about 10 seconds to get to it.
Yeah, you're going to get it faster than I do.
I have the conditions of approval proposed recommended by the zoning board. Condition number 3. The applicant shall satisfy the requirements of section 19-115 of the South Kingstown Town Code in regard to the town's sewer connection policy prior to preliminary plan submission. Item 4, should the project be approved to reutilize the existing on-site wastewater treatment system, the applicant shall submit a system suitability determination from the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management with the preliminary plan submission, confirming the suitability of the existing on-site wastewater treatment system to support the proposed development.
So what that speaks to is two things. The town policy is that if you're in the sewer district, you're supposed to do an analysis demonstrating whether or not sewers make sense. A portion of this property, not the entire property actually, is in the future sewer service area. The entire property doesn't get covered. The area was drawn sort of doing circumference from a spot. And so part of the property is covered by that area. So an analysis will be required. And John Schock will have to evaluate whether or not it is feasible to connect to the sewers. That has to happen in this case and every other case. The rule tonight, or the change tonight that they're looking for, does not displace that regulation and doesn't displace obviously any of the state rules in DEM or PRMC.
Rob, I found that language in the ordinance. Would you like me to share my screen and view it?
It's Abel's meeting.
Sure. I don't, Brian, are you satisfied with the answer, or do you want more protections there?
I guess the only thing I would say is, Rob, you mentioned John Schock would be in charge of that. I think that's something that before he approves anything could come back to the council if it was going to go in a different direction with an explanation.
I'm not sure I follow. What's called for is a sewer feasibility study done by the applicant. The developer in this case would do a sewer feasibility study. They'd evaluate whether or not they could connect to public sewers using, I believe it's 9 criteria that are outlined in the regulation, in the local regulations, local policy. John then takes that feasibility study and looks at the answers given with regard to each of those 9 criteria and determines whether he agrees with them. Quite often it's the case that, the developer says it's not feasible because it's too expensive. It's one of 9. The economic impact is one of 9 criteria. So John may say, look, given the totality of the circumstances, that cost is reasonable and you're going to have to connect to the sewers anyway. But he looks at all of the elements. Is there, I don't have the criteria. Jay does have them up on his screen if we want to see those.
Let's see them.
Well, what I did find was that section of the code in the SMD that spoke to the requirement of being sewered.
Okay, so it's not actually the criteria.
It's not the criteria.
Would people like to see what Jay has?
Joe Veely, I'll go with the will of the council, but it sounds like there are a bunch of checkpoints built into this between DEM, CRMC, John Schock, so that if indeed, and it sounds like the developer wants to be environmentally conscious as well. So it sounds like there are enough checkpoints in there for me, but listen, there's 5 of us, so those are just my comments. Thanks.
Those conditions that I have read to you are actually part of the approval by the planning board of the conceptual master plan. Correct, Jay? This is what I'm reading.
Yes, those conditions were put in place that it dealt with the septic system, the sewer feasibility study, the traffic study, and CRMC. So the requirements are that prior to submittal for preliminary plan approval for review by the planning board, that they have all of those preliminary determinations and general determinations from John Schock and DEM included in their application so that it can be vetted appropriately.
So I have another quick question. What if after this study that it's determined that a ISDS system is not appropriate? Is then the only option to connect?
There is this is Amy Goins, there is an appeal to the town manager. If the ISDS is determined to be not appropriate and a sewer connection is determined to be required.
And in the last couple of years, we've had a couple of those appeals, and that ultimately is appealable to a court.
Meaning your decision could be appealable to a court at that point.
That's correct. John's decision is appealable to the manager. The manager's decision is the town's decision and is appealable to a court.
Deb, your hand is raised.
Yep, so I'm also just gonna, before we proceed any further, to just say to you that included is the item 7 or condition 7, which speaks to a use by right of a restaurant with alcohol. Right now, you have to go and get a special use permit to have a restaurant with alcohol in the SMD. This is going to take that away. Right? So across the street, it's going to take that away. So if you're okay with that, no, in the special management district right now, you have to get a special use permit to apply for a restaurant to serve alcohol. This is going to remove that condition. I just want everybody to be aware of what's actually here. You know, it's not a right now. It's a special use permit.
Correct. Yeah, that of the 4 things they're looking for, that the restaurant with liquor as of right for usage, doesn't give you the license, and the septic issue are the 2 big things that do have implications on the west side. But again, you can manage those with changing them. I mean, the special use permit on the liquor use is how that was controlled on the west side before this applicant. You could, for example, on sewers say, you know, it may be sewered if the sewer line is more than 5,000 feet away. You know, in that case, you know, you're going to limit the instances where that condition might be met and where the problems might arise. You might come up with another condition with regard to liquor in restaurants with liquor service that you know would be reasonable and appropriate on the west side. With regard to restaurant with liquor as of right, it is not a very uncommon. That's a very common circumstance generally. Many communities don't require a special use permit as a ordinary course of business. Ours is a very restrictive 2-step process. You have to get the right to do it as use, and then you have to go before the council for the liquor license. That's not the way everyone does it. It's common to have the control done by the liquor board and not by the zoning board.
With this zoning change, we're going to remove the special use portion of this from the west side as well.
That's correct. All of the SMD in this area, but none of the commercial highway, none of the other locations where service of alcohol is allowed.
Right.
All right. Any other comments at this point? Right. Well, I think we've heard a lot of support for this proposal from council members, from members of the public. At this point, you know, we've had a good discussion. I'm happy to entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this point.
This is Bryant. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Rory McEntee, I'll second that motion.
We have a motion from Bryant, a second from Rory. Any discussion? Is there anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries. And public hearing 7A is closed. Do I hear a motion on 7A?
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 7A.
This is Bryant. I'll second that.
We have a motion from Rory, a second from Bryant. Discussion. Seeing none, or is that your hand raised, Deb? Sorry. Okay. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Council President Collins,
Aye.
Council Vice President DeCruz,
Aye.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
Councilman Beely.
Aye.
It is a unanimous vote.
Right, thank you very much. And 7B is a public hearing continued from August 11th, 2020 relative to proposed amendments to the zoning map and zoning ordinance relating to property located at 4780A Tower Hill Road, also known as AP 50-4 Lot 12, as shown on the map on the agenda. The proposed amendments would, one, change the designation of the property on the zoning map from R80 Rural Residential Low Density District to Route 1 Special Management District, and two, amend the zoning ordinance Article 1, Establishment of Districts and Official Zoning Map, Section 102, Overlay and Special Management Districts, Article 6, Overlay Zones, Special Zones, and Special Management Districts, Section 605.5, Permitted Uses, Section 605.15, Open Space, and Section 605.18, Utilities, as shown on Exhibit 2 of the agenda. Application by Morgan Schoen Hospitality of Stonington, Connecticut. And so, of course, that sounds very repetitive to the public hearing that we just had. I don't know if we need a second presentation, but James, Ryan, you are welcome to speak to this if you'd like. Perhaps first, Susan, is there any specific new thing that we need to add to the record for this as well? Or did the last public hearing suffice?
Everything was presented to you for both.
Okay, very good.
I don't feel like we need to provide more information, Abel, so keep your time going.
If we could incorporate everything from the previous hearing to this hearing, we'd appreciate that.
Thank you. Appreciate the brevity. With that said, is there any comment or question from council members? All right, it is a separate public hearing, so we need to open it up for the public to comment if they would like to. You can raise your hand by hitting the little icon, or if you are on your phone, hit *9 to raise your hand. All right, seeing none, do I hear a motion to close the public hearing?
This is Bryant. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Joe Veely, second.
Motion by Bryant, second by Joe. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. Do I hear a motion on 7B?
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 7B.
Bryant, I'll second.
Motion by Rory, second by Bryant. Any discussion? I guess we'll take the roll again.
Council President Collins,
Aye.
Council Vice President Cruz,
Aye.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
Councilman Beely.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous, and I would note that we should be incorporating in both public hearing decisions the planning board's findings of fact and conditions of approval.
Thank you. And thank you, James and Ryan, for bearing with us through this process. We look forward to seeing it come to fruition, and to good luck with that gauntlet of CRMC, DEM, and Tom Shock.
Oh, thank you.
Have a good night.
Have a good evening.
All right, that brings us to item 8 on the agenda. Communications. 8A is an email dated August 9th, 2020 from Amanda Bingham concerning the use of asphalt and parking lot sealants. We've received that. Is Amanda in attendance? Amanda, if you are on the call, please raise your hand to be recognized. All right, don't see her. This is communication related to sort of the off-gassing that some seal coats release when they are spread upon pavement, which I guess are pretty harmful irritants and bad for the environment. What do we want to do with this communication?
Joe Veely, I'll make a motion to receive it, place it on file, and forward it to the Public Service Director.
Deb Kelso, I'll second that.
By Joe, second by Deb. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? And that motion carries unanimously. 8D, resolutions adopted by the North Smithfield Town Council and by the Coventry Town Council and School Committee concerning education funding for COVID-related expenses and the associated effects on the maintenance of effort requirements have been received and placed on file. What do we want to do with those?
This is Deb Kelso. I'll make a motion that we forward these to the South Kingstown School Committee for their consideration.
Bryant, I'll second.
Motion by Deb, second by Bryant. Any further discussion? Is there anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously as well. That brings us to 8E, an email dated August 20th, 2020 from David Palizzetti, Chairman, Recreation Commission, concerning the inclusion of additional site costs to address recreational facility issues related to the Curtis Corner playfields and the proposed new high school. An email dated September 9th, 2020, expressing support for a new site plan that was jointly designed by the Parks and Recreation and School Departments. We received both of those. Now what would we like to do? Do I hear a motion?
All right, so it's Deb Kelso. I'm going to make a motion that we have received these. We've placed them on file. I think any discussion of these we could put during our discussion regarding the school facilities project this evening. If Mr. Palizzetti wanted to talk to us about that at that point, we could, but I would thank him for his efforts. He did yeoman's work to get the site plan to where it currently stands. So thank Mr. Palizzetti for that, but we should place him on file at this point.
Bryant, I'll second.
Okay, motion to place on file by Deb, second by Bryant. Any further discussion?
Joe Veely, yeah, no, I mean, I agree with the motion. And we will discuss it on, I think it's 13E, because there are still some concerns, not necessarily on design, but how to pay for it.
All right, very good. Are you opposed to the motion, Joe, or?
No.
Okay, is there anyone opposed to the motion? All right, that motion carries unanimously. 8F, emails from Margaret Uchite, William Oley, Susan Menden, Robert Dabrowski, expressing concerns with the recent expansion of hunting regulations at the Trustham Wildlife Refuge. We have received those, and really, I think maybe more messages than just those folks as well about this issue. It does appear that we have somebody in attendance to speak. William Oley. And William, you are currently muted. And there's a little icon down in the lower left-hand portion of your screen, which looks like a microphone, old-fashioned microphone.
We have our attorney, Paul Singer, is on the line as well, and we'd like him to talk and give you a quick summary of where we stand as a neighborhood. we consider this very dangerous, and somebody needs to do something. This is if you walk into Trustham,
Hello.
and that's very dangerous.
There he is.
There he is.
Very good. Well, welcome all of you.
Thank you. Thanks for hearing this.
Thanks for hearing this, by the way.
Yes, good evening, members of the Town Council. My name is Paul Singer. I'm an attorney.
Paul.
Homeowners who live adjacent to the Trustham Pond Wildlife Refuge have
Paul,
asked
just stop you for a second. I think
this evening regarding two issues.
Paul,
Can you hear me,
before you
sir?
go further, I'm just trying to. There's some.
The first
feedback
is the
we're hearing.
danger to them personally, and the second is the danger to the public. Both dangers arise from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's plan to allow archery hunting for deer, turkey, fox, and coyote in the refuge from September through January, beginning in 2021, thereby converting a wildlife refuge into a hunting preserve for 1/3 of every year. For your reference, I have submitted to the council a copy of my letter to the service opposing the plan and a copy of the Ann Kenyon Morse deed that created the refuge 46 years ago in 1974. Here are the facts. First, about the danger to the homeowners personally. Crossbows can shoot arrows at more than 200 miles an hour for 1,200 feet. The hunting setback proposed by the service is 200 feet from the property boundary and 100 feet setback from the homeowner's deeded rights of way to go through the refuge. Therefore, hunters whose arrows are aimed badly or are deflected by shrubs and branches pose a threat of injury, bodily harm, or even fatality to homeowners. And hunters are dangerous threats and unwanted trespassers if they pursue wounded animals onto the homeowner's private properties. Secondly, about the danger to the public. The service responded to a letter to Senator Sheldon Whitehouse that the refuge received roughly 70,000 visits in 2011, including environmental education programs engaging over 24 schools from Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Massachusetts, including schools from South Kingstown. The school children, the homeowners who walk on their deeded rights of way through the refuge, and members of the public who visit the refuge would be at great risk because inadvertently they might be in the hunter's potential lines of fire. So the question is, should the town of South Kingstown do anything to stop the service from converting the refuge into a hunting preserve? The answer, of course, is yes. The town council should do something about stopping the service. Here are the reasons why it should. Ann Kenyon Morse donated the original 365 acres in her 1974 deed to the United States of America, quote, in the interest of the conservation of wildlife for administration by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as an inviolate sanctuary for migratory birds and/or as a refuge for wildlife, end quote. Hunting to kill prey in the refuge is contrary to the Morse deed. The service's plan does not provide an inviolate sanctuary. It puts wildlife in mortal danger. It puts humans in danger. Here are the facts on the ground that prove this danger. As has been reported in the recent past, hunters have been in the refuge illegally, have been drunk, have acted recklessly, have left deer blinds, carcasses, and weapons behind, and have trespassed on private property. This is reckless endangerment. Shooting an arrow that can travel at more than 200 miles an hour for 1,200 feet in a wildlife refuge that hosts more than 70,000 visits a year, including from school children in educational programs, could also be considered reckless endangerment. A person commits the common law crime of reckless endangerment when they engage in conduct that creates substantial jeopardy of severe corporeal trauma to another person. No intention to do so is needed. In the past, the service has failed to stop illegal hunters, failed to monitor them, and failed to enforce previous prohibitions against hunting in the refuge. This failure continues under the service's new plan because it provides only $4,000 a year for staff, meaning maintenance workers, biologists, refuge managers for the hunt program in the entire state refuge complex. This amounts to $267 per person per year per refuge. The service plan does not include a law enforcement officer. Instead, the service leaves law enforcement to the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management, environmental police officers, and other law enforcement agencies. These facts practically ensure a substantial danger to the homeowners and to the public. The facts provide ample reason for the town of South Kingstown to do all that it can to stop the service's plans. Therefore, in conclusion, number one, on complaints of reckless endangerment or of hunting, taking, or killing any wild bird or animal within the town, the South Kingstown Police can arrest and charge the offending hunters. Number two, the town council can ask Governor Raimondo to enact an executive order prohibiting hunting in the refuge to protect homeowners and the public. Number three, the town council can petition the Rhode Island congressional delegation and its South Kingstown representatives for help in reversing the service's decision. And number four, the town council can pursue legal action to forestall implementation of the service's plan to allow hunting in the refuge. Because the homeowners who live next to the refuge know that the service's plan threatens their safety and the public safety, I urge the town council to take all these steps and more to prevent and reverse the service's plan to promote and allow recreational hunting in the sanctuary of the wildlife refuge. Thank you for the time you've given me to make these statements, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Singer. And William, did you?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Can other folks hear me?
I still can't hear.
It may.
I'm gonna dial in and see if I can hear you that way. So bear with me 1 second.
Yeah, I think there may be an audio issue with Mr. Singer. William, I imagine you covered.
Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
You wanted to most of what you wanted to convey to us. I think at this point it'd be a good idea to ask perhaps Amy and Rob to discuss what we can do in this circumstance. I don't know who wants to take it.
So
We're here.
Yeah.
We cannot control what the federal government does or allows to be done on federal property. That's not something we're going to be able to do. And I would suggest that the state's attempts to regulate federal activity or the activities allowed by the federal government on federal land is also going to be very difficult. What we can do is regulate impacts that happen off of the federal property. So for example, we could enact a local ordinance imposing fines for trespass while hunting, and at least subject folks to the penalty of a trespass that is caused by the arrows flying off of the federal property. But there's not much we can do with regard to the federal government's use of the federal lands or the allowed uses on those federal lands. We've got to tackle the problem to the extent that we can, using our local nexus to that property. And there isn't much. I mean, it's not going to be an easy connection for us to make. Again, the only thing that occurs to me is if we've got parking, we can restrict parking. You know, if there's parking on public roads, obviously we control our roads and can restrict parking. To the extent that there are impacts, actual impacts, not just the threat of an impact, but an actual impact on property off of the federal lands, we can impose rules, fines, penalties with regard to those impacts. That's what we can do. If there's anything I'm missing.
This is Amy. I don't think Rob is missing anything. That's really it. I would encourage the town, the council, if it feels appropriate, communicate these concerns to our senators and representatives in Congress.
We have communicated.
We have communicated with our senators and our representatives, and this is what we got back. So our feeling is that by saying we can't do anything, it's just giving up. And I think that the first time someone gets killed down here or injured by an arrow, then everybody's going to say, oh, gee, we should have done something. Now, damn it, we need to do something about this. We should at least have the town council talk with the governor's office, who oversees DEM, who's going to be regulating things, as they based it all on the DEM regulations. Why can't we get this cut back in some sort of way? It's ridiculous that, for example, the National Wildlife Refuge on Block Island only has hunting a few days of the week in September and October, but not from September to January, from sunrise to sunset. And that's what they're proposing here with 35 permits. So we're going to have 35 hunters down here every single day of the season shooting arrows, God knows where. And we're not going to do anything about it. I think that that's a travesty if the town council doesn't go forward and at least talk to the governor and at least take the town council. We're just citizens, and we try to talk to our representatives, but the town council carries a lot more weight talking with our federal representatives. And we need to do something about this, because next year it will be dangerous to walk in Trustham Pond, and there'll be 70,000 people visiting, according to the feds. Or more. They're going to be in danger. There's no question about it.
Margaret Bookright, I'd like to add to what William is saying. We know that the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management is putting together the plan for safety zones for this hunting, and the safety zones are entirely inadequate. So at the very least, I think the council could work with the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management and get these safety zones expanded, and tell DEM, which actually set up these regulations of allowing a hunter to come onto private property to follow an injured deer, to say we're not gonna, that's not acceptable. Certainly in our neighborhood, if you came down here and you visited our street, you would understand that this street is entirely surrounded by Trustham Wildlife Refuge. Every single piece of property is surrounded by Trustham Wildlife Refuge. And in some places, the safety zones that have been set up by U.S. Fish and Wildlife did not even consider new houses that have been built on this road. Those houses are entirely unprotected. If you walk down the roads, which I'm sure many of you have, if you take the paths that go down to the pond. If you go to the Long Point down to the right, 100 feet off of that trail, a hunter can set up a blind and can be shooting towards you. If you're taking your kids there and the deer gets wounded, that hunter can cut right across your trail and shoot that deer right in front of you. So that's the way this is set up right now. Okay, just to make it really clear why we are so upset about this. And the two of us have lived in this town for 40 years, never seen anything like this. And I turn it back to Mr. Singer.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you can. Okay, so I can't hear you, but that's my problem with the connection here. I'd like to point out that legally, the state of Rhode Island has concurrent jurisdiction over the refuge with the federal government. And the services plan actually offshores enforcement by putting it on the local police and the DEM Environment Police. So when you have a common law crime like reckless endangerment, the South Kingstown Police have the authority to go on to federal property, arrest people, and charge them because they have concurrent jurisdiction under the statute. And I would urge you to research that. Let's see, it's section 42-1-2.
US code?
Concurrent jurisdiction. Moreover, the federal government, or the Fish and Wildlife Service, I should say, has offloaded permitting to a contract company. They're not even gonna vet who the hunters are. And these people who want to get hunting permits can do it online with a contract company. And that's no guarantee or assurance that they're going to be fully vetted before they're allowed on the property. Moreover, the fact of what they've been doing in the past, illegally being in the hunting, in the Trust and Wildlife Refuge, being drunk, being reckless, those are all things for which the South Kingstown Police can arrest them and charge them with a common law crime. Rhode Island General Laws, section 11-1-1 recognizes that even though there may not be a specific criminal statute, the state does recognize common law crimes. So I would suggest to you that the town of South Kingstown has a great deal of authority it could exercise in addition to appealing to its congressional delegation and through its representatives. The services plan is ill-conceived, and it certainly doesn't protect the public.
Mr. President, one thing that we certainly could do is—
You're gonna have to dial in again.
Yeah, one thing we certainly could do is review any legal memorandum that Attorney Singer might want to send our way. We're happy to do that. I'm happy to review it, and I'm sure Mike and his office would be happy to review any theory of law that might bestow jurisdiction upon the town that we don't currently know that we've got. I'm happy to hear about it. The other thing that we could do is if a lawsuit were to be filed, if Mr. Singer were to file a lawsuit, we certainly could review the theory behind that lawsuit, and we could entertain filing some sort of amicus brief, some sort of friendly brief along with and to give weight to the private action. But to take on an action without a theory ourselves would be difficult.
Okay, so I think that sounds like an interesting avenue. I do think it doesn't sound like it's too much to ask us to, send a letter to the federal delegation asking them to do what they can. And if DEM is coming up with these sort of hunting regulations to offer our opinion on what they're determining, and specifically, it sounds like these crossbows pose a significant danger So if there's a way that DEM has the ability to limit where crossbows are being used, so they're nowhere close to any of these residents, you know, at least within that 1,200 foot radius, that's what it sounded like. We should be, you know, making that case to the state at the least. And so, yeah, I think that there's a number of actions that we can take as a council, folks. I do see that there's another person with their hand raised, and we'll get to them in a second. Or any other thoughts from council members? Deb?
So Rob, you had sent a letter to U.S. Fish and Wildlife, correct? When we were addressing all of the proposals before us a couple of months ago.
That's right. The town and the council's opposition to this was fully known by the.
Right. Perhaps we just need to reiterate that the letter was, you know, sent. We tried at that point to shut this down and let the U.S. Fish and Wildlife know. The council directed the manager to do that. Perhaps we can just reiterate again the same kind of letter that you sent a few months ago. I think might be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
It's worth a shot.
Happy to do it.
Hold on, folks. We've got David Fornaro. I'm guessing he's a neighbor, perhaps, of yours.
Yes.
Yes.
We bring him in as well. All right, David, you are in the mute. Yep, you are unmuted now. If you'd like to be seen, you can click on that little video camera icon.
There he is.
There he is.
Welcome. Hi, guys. Hopefully you've been able to follow sort of the course of the discussion to this point. Happy to hear any thoughts you have as well.
Yeah, thank you for putting this on the agenda. We appreciate it. I'm also a resident on Coddington Way, just down the street from Bill and Margie, and appreciate the presentation that Paul made. And I just wanted to add a couple of points. First of all, Paul mentioned a couple of offsets, one of which was a 200-foot offset, which he said was from a property line, but that's actually not true. It's a 200-foot offset from a dwelling. So it's quite possible if your dwelling is more than 200 feet from your property line, that you could be on your property at the border of your property, and the offset could be 0. So, and similarly, I think there's been a lot of discussion about the danger to residents, but I think it applies equally to the general public, perhaps even more so, because the offset they've set there is only 100 feet. I think that I would like to maybe echo Council President Collins' sort of most recent remarks that that there are things that the town council can do in a more proactive manner, not necessarily legal. I think that it's good to be clear about what the legal options are on the part of both the residents and the town council, and maybe that's something that the lawyers can hash out. But I think that there is a lot that the town council can do on a more proactive basis, particularly with DEM and the governor's office, because they are largely going to be responsible for implementing this plan. And a lot of these regulations have been written, or at least in consultation with their criteria. And I think that, you know, my house is probably the closest house to the refuge border. Where I'm sitting right now in my office is 55 feet from the border of the refuge. And I don't really want to wait to find out if there's going to be a problem. I want to be sure there's not going to be a problem. I don't want arrows coming onto my property, and I don't want hunters coming onto my property, and I don't want any danger to my life or health as a result of what's happening here. So I'm, by the way, not opposed to hunting. Actually, I don't think Bill and Margie are opposed to hunting either. We're just opposed to ill-conceived plans such as this one, which put people in danger through no fault of their own. So I think that a proactive approach on the part of the town council to work with maybe starting with the governor's office and then trickling down to the DEM to have some influence on some, if they, are in fact going to go forward with this, which is a travesty, but if they do, to have some common sense, rational regulations regarding the offsets and the usage and even the schedule and the times and the duration of this, because there's, as was noted before, in other refuges, there are much shorter, much more succinct, and much more time-regulated schedules for this kind of thing. So, as somebody who is, like I said, 55 feet from the border of the refuge, I'm not interested in waiting to find out or shrugging our shoulders and saying, there's not a lot we can do, because there is a risk that people should not be required to take. If they're going to implement a plan like this, it should be done in a way that doesn't involve risk to other innocent bystanders.
Keep myself tonight. Suzanne Menden Lawyer also has her hand raised. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say thank you to the town council for putting their thoughts and creativity towards this. We're feeling quite helpless with the situation. We have small children that are going to be running around in this yard, and we don't really want to worry between September and January what's going to happen if they come and cross some hunters there. And so whatever you can think of, we fully understand that this is a federal law and you can't just override that with a town council, but whatever you can think of would be very, very helpful and much appreciated. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right. So Rob, do you have a motion that you might suggest us?
Yeah, I think our first step is to contact DEM and find out what their role here actually is. If they're creating rules that the feds are mirroring, that's one thing. If they're actually developing the rules that will be applied, that's quite another. In either case, we may be able to influence and have some impact there. And beyond that, I think that we need to work with the neighbors and find out what we can do. We have to noodle this one through, I'm afraid. We are in something of a box. I mean, the federal government really does have an awful lot of autonomy. We're not going to be able to change federal policy, I think, by coming at them with, a legal argument. And I don't have a whole lot of hope for being able to sort of police our way out of this. Trying to arrest people who pose some vague threat to folks in the neighborhood is probably not gonna work out very well for us. But that doesn't mean that we have to be helpless. And I'm happy to meet with the neighbors, happy to meet with Attorney Singer, happy to sort of figure out what we can do and take some steps. I don't have a clear path to a victory on this one immediately, but we're happy to stand with our citizens on this.
Thank you, Rob.
Great. So maybe
I wanted to just back up something Mr. Singer said earlier in talking about the enforcement issues that are going on at the wildlife refuge. Bill and I are two people that have had to deal with that on a firsthand basis. There was an illegal poaching hunting situation. I was given a phone number to call at U.S. Fish and Wildlife. That person was in Western Massachusetts. He referred me to DEM. I got no response from DEM, so I did what I usually do. I called our town cops, and a town cop did come down with us and go out into the refuge to deal with the issue. And that was, I think, 2 years ago that happened. And that is when we found an illegal hunting blind as well, with a knife there, stowed there with it. And we have on our own personal people hunting on our personal acreage that goes along with the Coddington Way property. So in answer to your question, what I'm saying is that the local cops did actually deal with the enforcement issue instead of ignoring it. They were able to do that.
And obviously, if you ever think there's anything going on that requires law enforcement intervention and you're not getting the feds on the scene, give us a call. I mean, that is our job, and we'll deal with the messy jurisdictional issues if we have to. But
And they were terrific.
Protecting life and property are our priority. So by all means, continue to make those calls. It's just messier than it should be.
That's for sure.
You know, I want to say that the services plan specifically authorizes local police to enforce the law on federal property. And the federal government doesn't have a law that was passed giving them control over it insofar as enforcement is concerned. So I think I do believe that the town has a great deal more authority to prevent this from happening than you're acknowledging.
It's certainly worth a much longer conversation. So I'm happy to have a conversation with you, Attorney Singer, anytime this week.
Well, I think that sounds like a good idea. And so if we could have a motion, referring these communication items to the town manager. I don't know, does the solicitor's office want to be included on this, or maybe to?
So Joe Veely, I'll make a motion.
Yes,
to place
please.
this. I'll make a motion to place this communication on file and direct the town staff and solicitor's office to work with the people who signed the communication and come back to the council with some recommendations for help and to help to resolve this.
This is Bryant. I'll second Joe's motion.
All right, we have a motion from Joe and a second from Bryant. Do we have further discussion? So I'll just say, it's an unfortunate thing that, the federal government chose to try and push through these rules on all the national wildlife refuges in Rhode Island. They faced a lot of pushback, and, we'll continue trying to push back on this. Hopefully a new administration comes in and ideas never go into effect. But short of that, we'll continue to work with members of the community to try and make sure people are safe. And stay vigilant. I'm sure we'll be hearing from you in the future. All right. Any other comments? All right. Do I hear anybody opposed? All right. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you all for your time. The next communication item is 8G, emails from Marika Moosbrugger, representing Gerda Zeck, Herbert Zeck, Michaela Zeck, Pamela and Keith Perelman, and John and Carol Grandin, expressing concerns with a proposal to permit events at Lavender Waves Farm on Commodore Perry Highway. Those have been received and placed on file. Rob, before we hear from folks on this particular item, can you give us a quick update on where the application stands at the planning board level?
Actually, Amy's in a better position to do that.
This is Amy Goins. This application is pending before the planning board. It's an application for development plan review. The applicant is requesting permission to host farm events on the property. The zoning ordinance provides that that is permitted as of right, but with the review and approval of the planning board. So it's pending before the planning board now.
Okay, and one of the specific requests that's been made by some of the folks who are concerned here is to place a blanket moratorium on farm events of this nature. Is that something that's allowed, or?
So So a moratorium, there are a couple different ways to implement a moratorium. But what I think you would be talking about ultimately would be an amendment to the zoning ordinance, providing that farm events are either not allowed or only allowed with permission, for example, of the zoning board as a special use permit, or even approval of the council. There's a number of different changes you could make. Any amendment to the zoning ordinance would need to go through the process, right, with a recommendation by the planning board and advertisement and hearing before the council as a, if you were to enact a moratorium, again, there would be a couple different ways we could go about that. This isn't, in my opinion, an emergency situation. You know, some moratoriums can be implemented in response to a public health and safety emergency. So our office and the planning department would need to see how best to approach the problem, but it most likely would not have an effect on the pending application, right? A moratorium wouldn't be retroactive. So, you know, there would be very limited options for the council to intervene in this particular circumstance.
And so my understanding is that, you know, this is farm events are protected sort of from nuisance complaints under the state's Right to Farm Act. But that does not necessarily give them any special protection. Like, we can still regulate them to the point where they're, you know, very hard to make happen.
Well, right. The Right to Farm Act prevents nuisance suits or actions against farms for agricultural activities. That doesn't extend to weddings. So that's why there are restrictions, and that's why there's an approval process required for farm events. There's no approval process required to grow tomatoes or corn, but there's an approval process that's required to, you know, to host events on the property.
Other questions on the, Deb, I see your hands raised.
Yeah, so it's my understanding that this Lavender Waves is already hosting events, that there was something over the weekend. So what is the recourse there? How do we, it has not been approved yet, correct? So they should not be hosting.
Yeah, the information that I got today from the planning director, and I haven't spoken with him about it, was that there was an event over the weekend that some neighbors thought may have been a wedding. Apparently it was some event sponsored by South County Hospital, which I believe was in part business and in part social. So there was some kind of meeting for medical staff, you know, with a celebration that followed it. We are going to have to look into how to address that because, as I mentioned before, with the aspect of accessory uses, there are certain things that property owners can do without advance approval required. But given that he has an application pending before the planning board, we need to take a further look at that. And having heard about it just today, I don't have a final opinion for you on that tonight.
What is the path forward there to take a look at, Amy? What does that mean?
I need to have a conversation with the planning director and the interim or the new zoning official.
Okay, just so the folks at home that are listening and are concerned about what happened over the weekend know what our intent is, I think is important.
Great. Thank you, Deb. Any other questions or comments on this item? I don't see anybody who has raised their hand from the audience to speak on this. If there is somebody, there you are, we'll bring them in. One question I have, clearly, I think the reason they speak about farm events and the Right to Farm Act is because these are events that can help farmers who, it's not an easy life being a farmer, have an ancillary source of income, and these events can help that way. But clearly, somebody who's running sort of a hobby farm is not in that same position where they're using these farm events as, a way to keep the farm viable. Is that something that we could address in our ordinance?
It's something you certainly can address going forward. However, the ordinance today is what applies to applications today.
Right. Yeah. I mean, ideally, we should have ordinances which are, doing something that we're, intended to do.
Yep, that's right. You always, it's a living document. You always need to keep looking at it, and that's part of what keeps the planning board so busy. That's part of why updating the comprehensive plan has taken, I want to say it's going on 3 years. So yes, that's certainly something you can take a look at.
So we have Perelman with their hand raised. Bring him in. So this is, and you are in the meeting now. If you can just unmute yourself and state your name for the record, please. You are
Hi. Yep, you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Pamela Perlman, and I live in Wakefield, Rhode Island. I'm a property that's close to Lavender Waves Farm, but I do not directly abut the farm. And my concern here is we moved to South County for a lifestyle, and that lifestyle was for peace and tranquility and nature and quietness. And with Lavender Waves Farm having these special events, all of that is starting to change. So it's my understanding also that having a farm is very difficult, and it's difficult to make ends meet with a farm. But his primary occupation is not a farmer. He's the head of anesthesiology at South County Hospital. So I think there's a big difference in the goals and the intent of what the ordinance was. And I just want to state that I think that it's negatively impacting my quality of life, the character of the neighborhood that I live in. A lot of surrounding residents have the same complaints that I have about noise pollution, light pollution, and just a whole change in the character of the neighborhood. So I understand that putting a moratorium on special farm events might not impact what's happening to us right now, but it might help people going forward who are going to be going through the same thing that we're going through now, to help them not have to be where we are in this position right now. So what we're asking is for you to consider, if not for this special event farm, for others that are going to come in the future, to reevaluate the ordinance. I don't think his piece of land is very large, and it abuts residential houses all around. And even though we're not within the 200-foot barrier, sound and smells and light does not stop at 200 feet, and it's going to impact us all. And I think I've been here for 20 years. He's been here for 2. I think it's quite a disservice to me as a taxpayer in the town of South County to have to all of a sudden live in a residential neighborhood that's going to start having commercial-like activities. So I just wanted to let you know that that's what's happening to me and my neighbors, and we are not very happy about that and would like your assistance. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pamela. So further discussion on this agenda item. All right, seeing none. I mean, I would be interested in getting some recommendations on amendments to the ordinance. that could address sort of this sort of loophole, I think, that exists, that people can take advantage of farm events to, you know, create a separate sort of business within residential neighborhoods when they're not what I would call real farmers. So I don't know who could come up with those recommendations. Would that be?
I think this is Amy. I would suggest refer to the planning board and direct them to study the issue and report back with recommendations.
And just so I'm clear, are there provisions within the ordinance as it exists now where the planning board could see this application and say, well, this is not what we were envisioning with this ordinance? Or
so it goes to the there is a definition of a farm that controls for this particular category of farm events. So it doesn't really, and if Jay Parker has any anything to clarify on my comments, I'm going to ask him to do that, but it doesn't really go to the identity of the farmer or the purpose of the business. It goes to, is it a farm or is it not a farm? So I would suggest refer to the planning board.
So we are working with the planning board, and we have hired an attorney to represent us with the planning board because we're not familiar with what the ordinances and the options are. So I do appreciate that comment. I just would like for the town council to appreciate the position that we're in as residents of the community and the purpose of why we live in South County and why we came down here to spend the time that we have and the land that we have. So I just want to make it clear that for a commercial, even though he's considered a farm, it's a small farm. It's not like he's 50, 100 acres somewhere in the middle of nowhere, not abutting a residential neighborhood. So I think that the impact of his hobbies are adversely impacting our way of life in our community. And I just would like to understand what my options are to stop that from happening. So I appreciate your comment to go to the planning board.
Thank you.
Right, and just to clarify, this is Amy again, the suggestion, the option for the council, I think, as you know, is for the council to direct the planning board to study that issue. So separate from the pending Lavender Waves application before them, to study the issue as a, you know, future item on its work session agendas.
We would very much appreciate that.
All right, thank you. Do I hear a motion on this item?
So this is Deb Kelso. I'll make that motion.
Bryant, I'll second that motion.
Motion from Deb, second from Bryant. Any further discussion? Is there anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to item 8I, an email dated August 7th, 2020 from Casey Charkowick expressing concerns with excessive noise from Pump House Music Works, and an email dated August 24th, 2020 from Daniel U. Collins, owner of the business responding to the noise complaints received, placed on file, and the town council further directs. At this point, I'm going to recuse myself from this conversation. This Daniel U. Collins is my brother. And so I will leave this for Brian to conduct.
All right. So Abel read the actual communication item. Is anyone here that would like to speak as an attendee? If you could raise your hand. I think I saw Dan Collins. Seeing, oh, hold on. I see Dan raise his hand. So Susan, if you could bring him in. Dan, you're in the meeting. All you have to do is unmute yourself and you'll be able to speak. And if you want to put yourself on camera, you can do that as well.
Oof, bright lights. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
As far as the complaints go, from Casey Charkowick, in the letter that was sent to the town council, I disagree with a lot of the points that he's making in the letter. I don't know if you've all had a chance to read it or not. And since then, I've tried to take some measures to mitigate the noise. And I don't really know what the problem is. I think I am in compliance with the noise standards, and doing my best to talk to police. And during our events currently, we're taking readings to try and get on the same page to make sure that we are taking accurate readings. That's about as far as we've gotten so far. We're just trying to figure out what the noise levels are to take accurate readings.
All right. So does the council have any questions for Dan or comments? Deb?
So I don't have a question for Dan, but Rob, if you could just reiterate what you spoke to in the work session about the attempts to, I don't know, I guess mediate the issues. If you could just let everybody know what's going on.
Sure. On a regular basis now, once a week for at least the last 3 weeks, we've been meeting with the neighbors, with Dan and the folks over at the pump house, and sort of developing a weekend by weekend approach dealing with the concerts that are on the schedule for that week. Part of the challenge I think we face here is that we are seeing the pump house, like other facilities here in town, operating under a temporary outdoor service area permit for COVID. Since folks can't operate their businesses inside the buildings, we've taken the position in South Kingstown that we're going to help businesses by letting them operate outside. And the pump house has neighbors in close proximity. So, you know, being outside and having music has been a challenge. We've been taking readings. The police have been taking readings. We've been coordinating the readings with an engineer hired by the pump house to take measurements. We've had weekends where the measurements have been within acceptable parameters, such as this past weekend. In terms of the acoustic standard established in our zoning ordinance for uses related to outdoor activity. It's not really geared to entertainment venues. It's really geared more toward manufacturing and sort of construction noises than it is this type of noise. But they've been below the standard established for making noise outside. That having been said, it is still a challenge for the neighbors, and we are continuously looking for ways to reduce the friction in that neighborhood. This weekend coming up looks like it may be a challenge because what we're finding is that the type of music, the direction of the winds, you know, all sorts of factors play into the noise received by the neighbors. Again, I think the pump house has taken some significant steps toward reducing the noise being sent to and received by the neighbors. But we've not solved this problem entirely. And it's not clear that, to me, it's not clear that the problem can be solved entirely without perhaps changing changing the source of the noise. Again, what we find is acoustic music, not such a problem. Amplified rock is a problem. So we will continue to work through this. And, you know, if we have to restrict the type of music that is allowed at this venue, we will do that. We've got to do what we've got to do to make sure that we're not creating an unbearable circumstance for the neighbors. And the persistence and the nature of the pleas coming from the neighborhood suggests that they really do perceive this to be an untenable situation.
Any other quick comments from the council? Joe?
Yeah, Brian, thank you. So it seems that part of the issue is the fact that because of COVID, this business has had to move outside, like many of our hospitality and entertainment type businesses. I think this council gave a general feeling that we were willing to take the risk of, um, some change in conditions for surrounding neighbors. That would happen with the sort of loosening up of moving things outdoors. But it was one way that I think we determined, rightfully, I think, that we wanted to try to help our business community as much as we could. And we also recognize that hopefully this is a temporary thing because we hope that COVID is a temporary thing. At the same time, we also recognize that there may be times when abutters say, yeah, this is what we expected when you guys did that. So, I mean, it sounds like the town is taking the steps through staff to make sure that we're satisfying as well as we can, keeping the abutters happy, and helping to sustain a business community that's totally challenged by this virus. And that was the intent of moving forward with relaxing to allow for outdoor dining and outdoor entertainment and that kind of stuff. So I think my feeling is that if we just keep on the same path of working with the neighbors, working with the business, it's not ideal, but nothing is right now. So, nothing's fair. So I think we just continue down the same path and try to work as well as we can to keep the neighbors satisfied, but not injure this business anymore. It's certainly, I'm sure they're not doing the volume they were doing before COVID, none of the hospitality businesses. So those are my comments. I appreciate that staff has responded to it quickly, and I, hopefully this thing goes away within a months instead of longer than that. And, we'll be back to our old routines. Thank you.
I have similar thoughts that Joe has regarding this. In terms of complaints, are they numerous in nature from various?
Yeah, I'd say that we have on a regular basis between, well, it depends. Again, when the music is acoustical and the volume is not felt or heard in the neighborhood, there are no complaints. We have certainly had weekends this summer when there have been no complaints about this venue. We get complaints, by the way. I don't want to pick on just these guys. We do get complaints from other venues as well, and we address those. This is a little bit harder problem in some ways because this is more music and food than it is food and music. So in some of the other venues, some of the other restaurants in town that are also operating under temporary outdoor service permits, the music is an afterthought. It's not one of the main attractions for the venue. There, it's been easier to deal with these sorts of noise complaints. But yes, there are significant numbers of complaints. We've had as many as 4 or 5 on a weekend, and they're persistent. They're the same folks saying, "Look, last weekend was great, but this past one wasn't." I don't think that we've got unreasonable neighbors. I don't think we've got an unreasonable business. I think that what we have is a circumstance where the business outdoors is just having an impact that is beyond what anyone really would like.
All right. We do have one more person, I think, that raised their hand. Susan, could you bring in, okay, you got her. Reza Mosier, I believe, if you could unmute yourself. You're in the meeting. All you have to do is unmute yourself. Maybe that was an accidental hand raise. We'll give her a few more seconds and then we will put her back into the attendees. All right, Susan, if you could put Miss Mosier back into the attendees, and if she wants to speak, she can raise her hand, but I think it could have been an accidental hand raise.
Right. If I can just make a comment, I think we're in extraordinary times, right? And we're trying to make businesses survive. We're trying to give them a path to survival. I think the town's doing everything it can, and that's all we can ask, is that the town continues to respond to the complaints. Ask Mr. Collins to be mindful of the volume, which I'm sure he is, and know that this is finite. So the ordinance we passed is October 15th, October 30th, somewhere in that range, for the outside venue, when we let the restaurants go to the parking lots, right? So it is a finite. And then we can, if we, God forbid, need to address COVID regulations again in the spring, we can revisit, parameters, volumes, if it's still a problem. But I think right now we should give the businesses every tool possible to, survive, to make some money. I'm not saying that should be without reason, but I think we need to empower them, not.
I would say more of a temporary inconvenience, hopefully, for longevity in helping secure local businesses that are struggling during this time. Would anyone like to direct this, I guess, to make a motion to direct this to the town manager to continue to work on with staff?
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion that we place these communications on file and direct the town manager to work with his staff on any future complaints that come in, and work alongside Dan Collins to remedy any issues if they come about.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
All right, do I see anyone opposed? All right, seeing it, no one opposed, that motion carries. Thank you very much, Dan, for coming in.
Thank you, guys.
There you go. And we have Abel Collins would like to be let back into the meeting. That's up to you guys. Abel, are you back? All right, so maybe I see that Reza Mosier had her hand up before. When we brought her into the meeting, wasn't working in terms of unmuting, but now David Mosier has his hand up. So it may have something to do with the other items that are on our agenda, maybe getting to the time. We are gonna probably have to extend the meeting tonight a little bit.
I would assume so. So yeah, let's keep moving on with the agenda. There will be opportunities to speak on many items in public comment coming up. So item N is an email dated September 9th, 2020 from Roland Benjamin opposing submittal of the stage 2 application to RIDE and advising of an Open Meetings Act complaint he filed with the Attorney General's office concerning votes by the school building committee. That has been received and placed on file. Is Roland here to speak on his communication? Roland, if you are listening.
I see him in the attendees, but maybe he's not.
He can potentially wait until community comment as well if you want to speak to this particular item. All right. I think we can sort of forward this to our discussion a little bit later, if we'd like. Any thoughts on this letter from Mr. Benjamin? Do I hear a motion?
I would make a motion, but I am the chair of that committee, so I prefer if someone else did.
Understood.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to place item 8N on file.
All right, we have a motion. Do I hear a second? Joe, I'm going to look at you since the two other members. All right, we have a motion from Rory, a second by Joe. I don't know that Deb and Bryant necessarily need to recuse themselves from a vote on this item. Amy, do you have an opinion?
Opinion as to what the council, how the council should direct?
No, so
Well, just that,
Okay.
one of the points of this letter from Roland has to do with the school building committee. Is Deb and Bryant both serve on the committee? Is that any type of conflict of interest in voting on it? Should it just be me, Rory, and Joe who vote on this?
I think as members of the council, they can participate. I don't see an ethical conflict. They sit on both bodies.
Okay.
But they may have a different opinion from the council to the school building committee. I don't know if they've been advised on that previously. If they haven't, I would say they can go ahead.
We have not, so.
So I think my issue in weighing in on this is that he's filed a complaint with the Attorney General's office against the school building committee. So I would be more comfortable not addressing this in a vote.
You can certainly recuse if you choose to do that.
I will choose to do that.
I will follow suit with Deb and choose to recuse.
In that case, let's take the roll.
Okay, on the motion to receive and place this communication on file, Council President Collins, how do you say?
Aye.
Council Vice President DeCruz,
Recuse.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Recuse.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
Councilman Beely.
Can't even be a swing. Aye.
Okay, 3 in favor, 2 recused.
All right, very good. We will take that up later. Item O is an email dated September 9th, 2020 from Conrad Furla concerning a proposal to improve coastal access at Green Hill Beach. We've received this one, placed it on file. Let's see if Conrad is in attendance. Looks like Nate Merrill is here with his hand raised to speak on this item. Know that this is an issue close to his heart. So can we bring him in? Welcome back, Nate.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. We wrote, Conrad, myself, and Jeremy wrote this letter in hopes that the town could look into improving parking opportunities at the end of Green Hill Beach Road near a town public access way at Green Hill, at the end of Green Hill Beach Road. And we're hoping that the town could move the current no parking sign on the northerly end of what is public parking about 36 feet north along Green Hill Beach Road. And that's actually along a town-owned lot. And it would allow for, 2 more cars, which doesn't sound like a lot, but in such a tight space and in such a highly desired place to go to the beach and go to do coastal activities, it would help. So we're hoping that you guys could look into moving the sign back and adding 2 cars on the margin. And then secondly, looking into using the town lot as potential off-street parking in the future. And so we asked that the town could look into surveying or look into options to add parking on the town lot, or possibly in conjunction with a South Kingston Land Trust lot, which is just to its south, actually abutting a private parking lot for that beach, also for the access point there. So the letter has maps attached that would allow you guys to see that. And we just would hope that the town council could direct the town to look into improving and adding parking in that area.
Thank you, Nate. Rob, do you want to give us any details that?
Yeah, this has already been referred over to John Schock's shop. John is on vacation this week, so we don't have him here tonight. I expect that we should be able to get a report from John when he gets back next week. So I can't make any commitments at this point. They need to go out, they need to measure, they need to investigate and figure out what's going on. But they're on it, and we'll get a report back to the council.
So, Abel, I'd like to make a motion to ask the manager's office and his department head to continue to look into the matter and come back to the council with some options, if any at all.
Jovially, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Discussion? Just one quick question. I know that, placing stop signs comes before the council, but something like moving a no parking sign, is that something that John can just do?
Yes, he can.
Okay.
He can.
Very good. Any other discussion on this item? All right. Do I hear anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you for bringing it to our attention, Nate and Conrad and others. All right. Item P are emails received from Carla Croshaw, Tara Apperson, Stacy Green Bodzioni, Heather Hopkins, Jill Sullivan, Bill Huggins, among others, concerning the school facilities improvement plan. Those have been received and placed on file. Again, we will expect to hear those comments either during public comment or potentially later on when we get to the vote itself. See, new hand raised. We'll get to that in public comment. Do I hear a motion on item P?
So it's Deb Kelsel. I'll make a motion that we receive the various emails, place them on file, and encourage people to make themselves known when we get to that or during the public comments to speak up.
This is Bryant. I'll second that.
Motion from Deb, second from Bryant. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. And that does indeed bring us to item 9 on the agenda, comments from interested citizens. There are many interesting topics that we've already discussed tonight, but I imagine many people want to discuss the school facilities plan. I would say that this is the opportunity to do that. We will be voting when we get to 13E on the submission of the stage 2 application. So yeah, with that, I will call on people in order that they raise their hands. Please do note that it's already 10:45 p.m. and I will be asking people to keep it to 3 minutes. And yeah, first hand up is David Mosher, but that hand has been raised for a very long time, so. And David or Risa?
Yeah, it's me, Abel, thanks. I had to leave my phone and my sofa and come over to my desktop computer to talk. the thing that I wanted to speak about earlier is that the fact that this item is 13E and it is 10:45, and I do believe, just like you all believe, that everything that you have spoken about tonight and every resident that you have heard from tonight and every issue that you have heard from tonight is important. This is the largest project that the town will ever embark on in its history, and it's 10:45. And the reason why I raised my hand earlier and I couldn't get on from my phone was to ask you to move it up on the agenda, because I'm floored that the beginning of this discussion is at 10:45 at night. And most people who wanted to be part of this discussion have probably left the meeting. So I don't have anything to say about the facilities plan because I think you all know how I feel. I have a lot to say about the process and the fact that you, Abel, have been great up until now in terms of giving people their space to talk. The fact that you just said it's 10:45, so I'm going to give you 3 minutes, is the frustration that every single person that I have heard talk about this project has been expressing. That 3 minutes at the end of a 5-hour meeting is not enough. And I hope you understand that. You all know how I feel about this project, but that's the concern that I want to convey. The fact that I worked all day, everybody else who's watching this meeting likely worked all day, and they're tired and you're tired. And we had a meeting on Wednesday for 7 hours, a meeting on Thursday for 5 hours, a meeting on Friday for 5 hours, and now another meeting for 5 hours. And we get to talk at the end of these meetings and tell you how we feel. This is not community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will say that, as is my habit, I will ask people to keep it to 3 minutes. I think that in general, that's an adequate amount of time to make a good case. But I know that some people have more to say than that, and I will make allowances for that. But please don't take advantage of us. I do understand that it's late at night here, and you know, this is.
We haven't heard your discussion yet. That's the thing that's difficult. We haven't heard your discussion yet, so we don't know how you feel. And then we're asked to comment prior to knowing how you feel. It's hard. Thank you.
All right. Paula Bradley. You are still muted, Paula.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, great. So this is Paula Bradley. I'm a parent with 2 children in the SK schools. I'll be quick, I know it's late. I just want to really echo Ms. Massinani's comments from Friday night school committee meeting about the effect that this project will have on the school's operational budget. We will need to apply millions each year to capital improvement projects, and at the same time, the town is going to be ramping up debt service payments. Additionally, Mr. Zarnetsky and Superintendent Savastano have made a commitment to not go above the 4% cap. Therefore, the result will be a need to limit the school's operational budget, and that part of the conversation has been notably absent. This plan replaced one which prioritized operational savings, and since then costs have increased with little to no mention of how it could affect our school programs. I know we desperately need to maintain all our school buildings, but I'm very concerned that this project will lead to program cuts that will affect the students directly. There are still a lot of unknowns. We're still awaiting guidance on future state funding. Superintendent Savastano also stated on Friday that we will have to be creative going forward and make sacrifices for this project. So what are those sacrifices going to be, and why are we not discussing those more specifically before we commit? It feels like a pretty significant piece of how this project comes together in a strategic and holistic way is missing. Also, you can't help but notice a very large decrease in the amount of work being done at the elementary school buildings, which makes me wonder if that possibly allows for future consolidation there. So I'm curious, is that something that could be potentially on the table to achieve operational savings that could help fund this project forward? That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Tara Apperson. And Tara, you are still muted.
Okay, sorry. Good evening. Thank you for having us and having this discussion. It is unfortunate that it's so late. I'm so tired. It's hard to get my thoughts together. But I am hoping that you vote to submit stage 2 tonight. I think we have a plan that our educational experts have approved and come up with, that RIDE feels, our educational objectives meet the plan that's in place. And I really, truly think it's time to move this forward. It's been 3 years and voters should get an opportunity to decide. In terms of, changing plans, I think it's important to remember that through the past 3 years, we've learned, I believe it was in the winter, our OPM presented, I believe at a joint town council school committee meeting, that RIDE would not have been in favor of consolidating middle schools and an elementary school at the same time. And we've also learned through this process that RIDE was not in favor of Columbia Street being renovated, that it didn't fit our educational objective. So we have a good plan, and it is time to move this forward. And we also don't want to risk losing any of our state reimbursement, which is a possibility if we don't move forward with this. So I'm hoping that you vote to submit stage 2. Thank you.
Darren? Greg Sweet?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I know you guys, or some of you guys, are struggling with the school facilities project, but it really isn't a difficult decision at all. Here are some of the facts. We don't know how long COVID will be around and its continued impact on our economy. We know the 15% bonus money is not a guaranteed from the state. We know, given the state's financial problems, the 35% may not be guaranteed either. We know the bond rate is variable, so we don't know what our payments are going to end up being. We know the high school on Curtis Corner is an addition with minor renovations. We know that there will be cost overruns, and we don't know how much nor how they'll be paid for. We know we are strapping ourselves financially. There's a possibility of a lower bond rating if we are forced to borrow for another project which needs to be done. We know we'll have to get most of the town buildings up to the new COVID safety standards. We don't know what that cost will be. We don't know what town what our town will need in capital improvements over the next 5 to 10 years. So that's another unknown. There is more, but I know others have to speak. But my final thought is we've spent a lot of time and a lot of money to date, more than we should have. But to cut our losses now and reevaluate the project, we could save money in the long run. I urge you to not approve moving stage 2 application forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. JC North.
Hi, I'll keep this brief. Oh. All right, I'll start my video. The host asked me to start my video, so I will. I'm going to keep this brief because I've done a lot of talking at all the meetings regarding this project. And I feel it's very important, so I feel like I need to say just a couple of more things tonight. In our school committee meetings, we begin by reviewing norms, one of which is trust the process. We believe that our process will work and we are committed to use it. We all need to trust the process. There are gates and guardrails to keep us on track, ensure that it's the right vision, that it makes financial sense. This RIDE facility process is built to withstand multiple election cycles. We are not the only community to feel this pressure, and it's in RIDE leadership's best interest to guide us through that without losing the vision for safe, dry, flexible updates to our schools. I won't add a lot of details and numbers that you've already seen and you've already heard about. I just implore you to trust the process and know this is the right side of history to be on. A couple of more things. The operational savings will come by taking 100,000 square feet offline. We are committing to nothing by submitting this application. We're simply asking RIDE if they believe in this project, if they would offer us the 50% reimbursement for this project. We are committing to nothing. We have nothing to lose by submitting this project. Our financial advisor has assured us that the town can afford to do this project. Now is the time. Thank you.
Thank you, JC. Ryan Muir.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, just quick, I'm in favor of moving forward to stage 3. In my opinion, over the next, what I would assume 5 or 6 months before a special election, that there'd be a lot of time for community engagement and for the voters to make the final decision, which ultimately to me is the most important thing. And then I'll be quick in saying that, you know, I am a teacher at SKHS. I'm also a parent in the community. And in my opinion, we have the best programs and the best teachers at SKHS. However, if a family is moving to Southern Rhode Island and they visit Gansett, or if they visit NK and they visit South Kingstown, there's no doubt that South Kingstown just doesn't meet the standard of a facility that new families want to be sending their kids to. So if we're looking to build our tax base and build our community to meet the standards that our teachers and staff make, then I think the new facility is the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. I'm gonna go to Stacy, and Raisa, you can speak when other folks have spoken. Stacy, you are still muted. Stacy, if you can hear me, you are still muted.
Okay, how's that? Better?
That's better.
Great. Stacy Bozzioni. I just wanted to call in quickly, and I emailed all of you and I said something about I knew you had a big decision in front of you, but really the big decision, I think, will be for the voters. In 6 months, this can be on a ballot and the voters can decide. And like JC said, there really is nothing to lose except time and reimbursement from the state. And really, we've been a long time at this, and it's ready to be submitted. I don't want to see another class of graduating students miss out on what our high school can look like. For me, I imagine the outside being as great as what's going on the inside, so that we keep our students and we attract more students. And we just need to go ahead and do it. I urge you to please approve this to be submitted for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Doral Beasley.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. This is just a question. I'm not going to talk right now. The question is, hasn't the town and the district received today, I think, information from the school building authority to the effect that if we were to delay till February, we do not have to start back from zero. We only have to update certain portions of our stage 1 and stage 2 applications. Now, if what I just said is correct, why was that information given out before people started to comment? I'm going to mute myself, but I'm going to be talking later. Thank you.
I can share that information was posted on the website. I mean, it's it's linked to the agenda.
All right. Thank you, Rob. I'm sure it'll
Posting's not enough. You should have told the people about it. That's why Ms. Leska's comments about having people talk about this before you have your own discussion. So every other item on your agenda tonight, you've had your discussion, and then the people have called in and talked about it. And now we have to do it in reverse order for this item. It's not right.
All right. Thank you, Doral. Sherry Monaco. You are still muted, Sherry. Try speaking now. Should be able to hear.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hold on while I try to find my screen again. So I'm Sherry Monaco. I'm actually a parent of 3 students, 3 different buildings this year. And I will not take much time because I think many people have said things that I would say as well. I also work in a neighboring district, and I do understand from that the importance of really kind of being a strong competitor to some of those other strong districts as well. So I do feel that I'm in favor of sort of moving this forward. I do think there's going to be opportunity for voters to weigh in on this, and I think we need to have that chance. I think a lot of effort and energy has been put into putting together a plan and moving forward. So that's where I am at this point. And thank you for your time. I know it's been a long night for everyone.
Thank you, Sherry. Bob. And Bob, if you would state your name for the record, please, when you come in here. You are currently muted. Bob, if you can hear me, can you unmute yourself? There's a little button in the lower left-hand corner that looks like a microphone. There you go.
Am I in?
You are.
Thank you. First of all, what you all do goes unappreciated, I think, most of the time. This last week, I've witnessed all these meetings, participated in them, and what you all do is commendable. I don't think most people in the community realize how much time you put in. Plus, you all have occupations besides. I think one thing that's getting lost in all of this is that you, the town council, and the town manager are in control of this project all the way to its completion. I'm going to go back to the 1990s. I was involved in the additions to the junior high school, and some of you have heard me say this before. Part of that addition way back when was converting the gymnasium to the media center at the junior high, at SK Junior High, now the middle school, and building a new gymnasium behind the school. Well, that didn't happen. And someone talked about project changes. We don't know this, we don't know that. Well, I can tell you every project that I've been involved in on the school side, and there are numerous projects I've been involved in, nothing ends up the way it intends to be in the beginning. There are a lot of changes that are made for the better and some not. It's an unpredictable and not an exact science. But one of the things that I've been thinking about the last several days is if this is pushed off until February and put a pause, there's a pause. There's a lot of unknowns with that pause. If this goes forward for phase 3, we know that RIDE is going to tweak the numbers and offer suggestions because they're going to contribute up to 50%. At that point, it doesn't mean the town council or the town manager or the citizens of this town are not in control anymore. They still are. I'm going to refer to the community gym. There was a bond issue passed. It was first spoken about in the early 1990s. It took almost 10 years before it came to fruition. In 2004, there was a bond issue. I believe it was, I'm going to guess, 600,000 municipal bonds, 900,000 school bonds. The voters voted, it passed. The gymnasium was not built. The community center was not built, even though the bond issue had passed. And it didn't continue, or wasn't built, for a number of reasons. One, there was a recession around that time. And nobody felt on the town council or in town government that it was appropriate to move forward during a recession. There were too many problems with that. 2 years later, there was another bond issue passed. The price went initially from 3.7 million in the first bond to, I think it was about 4.7 million in the second bond issue. So we had to go back and ask the voters for more money. I believe in the second bond issue, there was municipal and school bonds. I'm not positive about that, but I know the first bond for sure that was the case. The voters voted and passed the second bond. The gymnasium did not move forward and it was not built. One of the reasons in all of this, it was still not a good time. The economy was still not great. But around that time, South Road School was closing and people didn't think it was appropriate in our town government to close a school, an elementary school, and talk about building a gymnasium at the same time. Then again, we asked for another bond issue, 3 bonds now in 2014. 2014, we had to go back to the voters, and this time I believe there was no school bond involved because there was no reimbursement program from the state anymore. It had been discontinued. And that's my fear of this project here. If you go forward and vote tonight to push it to phase 3, okay, you'll have a placeholder. And that placeholder, whether you go forward with it or not after that, depends on you, the town council, the town manager, the town government, and the voters. If it goes to February, there are too many unknowns. You won't have a placeholder. You'll be starting from scratch. And you may end up like the community gym that was first talked about in the early 1990s and did not open until 2017. We can't afford to have a school do that. Maybe we can afford to have a community gymnasium do that. And by the way, the community gymnasium was voted by the town council to move forward even after the 3 bond issues. And it was a close vote. Some of you were on the council at the time. And I think most people that know how that operates now and how it's used, that's probably one of the most successful, cost-effective projects we've had in this town. So I ask you to take another look at, you still have control. You still have control whether the interest rates are not good. You still have control of the state reimbursement if it's not good. But if you don't put that placeholder in there now, like I said the other night, our legacy may end up being 0. Thanks for your time. And again, thanks for all you do.
Thank you, Bob. Kevin Sullivan. While we're waiting for that, could I hear a motion to extend the meeting beyond 11?
This is Bryant. I'll make a motion to extend the meeting past 11.
Deb Kelso, I'll second that.
By Brian, second by Deb. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? The motion carries. All right, Kevin, you are muted at the moment. Yeah, still muted. You need to hit that little microphone. There you go. Nope, you got muted again. It's if you look in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, there's a little microphone icon.
And now it's a
There you
little
go.
bit different on mine, but that's all right. How about now?
Got you.
Perfect. All right, so I don't know whether I'm going to want to come back on again. I would just say that I don't want to go into all of the previous arguments. I do have to agree with Mr. Beasley about the accessibility of information, very relevant to this decision. And, Mr. Zarnetsky, you sent a request to the building authority CEO at RIDE at 9:20, give or take, this morning. About an hour and a half later, you forwarded a copy of your email to members of town council with, quote, for your situational awareness. So that's pushing lunchtime today with a vote supposedly at a 7:30 meeting for submission deadline tomorrow. That screams of, like, not on your part, Bob, I'm not directing this at you, but this is representative, in my opinion, of the way this entire school improvement organization and planning has gone. And so there was a reply back to you about 3:15 today, thanking you for reaching out. And actually the critical, as you close, in light of these circumstances, town council needs and deserves absolutely clear guidance from the RIDE folks. Number one, your first question, can the stage 2 application be submitted on February 15, 21 or not? Right. So the response to that was the same thing they said while they participated in Zoom meeting the other night. They said that the letter indicated that the district could move to the FY 2021 approval cycle, which includes submittal dates of September 15, 2020 or February 15, 2021 stage 2 submission deadlines. If the district would like to delay its submission until February 15, 2021, it may elect to do so. So I think that's what you folks are going to be voting on here today, is whether you approve the town school committee submitting to state authorities on our behalf another application. This one happens to be stage 2, right? in my opinion, having read through the checklist, the stage 2 application is really not much better. It's far larger, you know, but it's no better in quality than the stage 1, which was rejected out of hand. You know, a lot of nice words were put about that situation. The fact remains is, you know, it was a proposal and the customer, you didn't even check the boxes, right? So I doubt they've checked all the boxes on this checklist. They may have, but even if there's something addressing each line item, I would bet my last dollar that some of those answers are going to be either lacking or deficient or wrong, and this will be rejected too. I mean, I would virtually guarantee it. And I'm not going to go through all of this stuff. So everybody, or all the supportive comments, they all seem to focus on, let's not lose our chance to grab 50%. All right, well, if the awarding authority dismisses your application the minute they look at it, which I believe is what's going to happen, you're not going to get the bonus. You're not going to get the base. They're going to send it back to you, and you're going to be submitting it, or you may choose to submit it in February 15th, after the new year, right? So you'll be right where you are now after, you know, whatever it is, a 4 or 5 month hiatus, which I can tell you, the AE firm working on this, RGB, they won't do squat during that hiatus until the building committee revs up again. Not the building committee so much, but the school committee. It'll be a new school committee. Who knows whether a new school committee will even support this thing, right? I think, you know, I said the other night, I think this process has been flawed right from the get-go. From the moment they abandoned the original plan, and their decision to abandon it was made during their campaign or even before their campaign. They came in with that agenda, they blew the old plan away, and took 18 months to come up with this deficient, ridiculous plan. Now, Mr. Beasley pointed out a couple of things the other night there, but the plan that they put up for this campus style, forget all the issues they're going to run into when they start breaking ground with ledge and access and impact on the local roads, et cetera, et cetera. What you're going to wind up with if they go through it is you're going to have this sparkling, nice looking thing on the outside, all spread around the courthouse. They don't know what it's going to cost to operate it. That's what I kept hearing, which I can't believe. But inside, how many hundreds, thousands of square feet were going to be untouched? Is going to be, you know, a nice wrapper around some portions of 21st century learning space, whatever that's supposed to be. And, you know, I heard talk about no bathrooms being addressed on this, and the application is going in for 92 million, right? 85 and then 7 coming from somewhere, the capital improvement plan or something. But this thing has been rushed. I honestly feel you lose nothing by delaying. If you don't delay, what you will lose is the opportunity to move this along toward an acceptable plan. This goes in now. It'll be, if it gets rejected, I can't say it will be, but I'll be surprised if it doesn't. You know, what are they going to do then? Try and slap more paint on it. This is what we used to call a Woolsey overhaul back when I was rebuilding boats. You slap a bunch of paint on it and sell it, and you give them the 50-50 guarantee, you know, 50 feet or 50 seconds, whichever comes first. That looks like what we've got here. So I've said that over and over. I would just say, you know, and I might want to jump in again. You know, you got the trends of decreasing student population, increasing cost, status quo, faculty and staff. It just doesn't add up. The town can't afford this. This plan leaves relatively little money for, never mind enhancements, just repair of the deferred maintenance issues all throughout the district, the art school district. I used to do that for a living, deferred maintenance. You know, that's the first thing that gets cut in a budget. So COVID has introduced now awareness of, oh, the airflow. Well, that's always been an issue. And there's codes requiring certain air changes. And now they want to up them. Well, typically schools, and I don't think South Kingstown's are any different, can't meet those codes because all the unit ventilators, all that stuff, nobody's cleaned the coils. They're not getting airflow. Then they probably blocked them off with cardboard because the teacher complained it was cold in there. I've seen this all over New England. All right, so that's enough about that. I do believe quite firmly, right? I'm not fully in support of the plan for a new high school building at Curtis Corner that Mr. Beasley presented. But I will say this, I've gone through all Mr. Beasley's analyses that he's presented over the last year or so, whether he's presented them in this venue or others. And I can tell you that they're beyond reproach. Now, I don't necessarily agree with his conclusions of what the solution to this stuff is, right? But his analysis of this stuff takes merit and is worthy of consideration, right? And I don't think any of that's been done. It doesn't look like the building committee and school committee in their, if this is the end result of their deliberations, they certainly haven't looked at any type of those analyses. It's simply been looking at the shiny penny that the AE firm dangles in front of them and hoping they're going to get some larger percentage from the state education people. So again, I think it's deficient. I think it'll get rejected, which will then delay the process. I'd be surprised if the new school committee that gets voted in will be in support of this plan. I think, you know, an earlier speaker said, you know, cut your losses. Let's not dump any more money down the drain. We've wasted so much with those guys. I don't know how much it is in this plan, and regroup. And back to Mr. Beasley's plan, there's a couple of things I need to say about that. One is he put a multi-story building there, okay? I know these people want to spread out campus for aesthetics and whatever sense of place and social, emotional learning that they feel is so vital. But the two-story building with the smaller footprint that he displayed will be a hell of a lot more cost effective than the spread out thing. It's just a simple thing, a matter of mechanical, electrical, and thermodynamic stuff to heat and service that whole spread out thing versus a more compact. Might not look as good, but you can build it right. You can build the right air handling systems in there from the get-go and not try and fix all this crap that isn't going to work anyway. So I'm not sure yet that what he presented is the right answer, but his thinking is correct. And then I'll just say this. This is my own opinion. I got no evidence to back it up other than having worked in that construction. You know, my business for several decades was, I was what they called an energy engineer. So I did power generation and energy efficiency projects, typically on a district-wide power plant scale, but I started out and spent 15 years doing school districts. So all I can say is the schools, and you hear it in the news every day, they're bitching at the governor that they don't have the air changes they need. They're trying to put Band-Aids on it. The same thing is going to happen here. And I suspect that a parallel would be after the station fire here in Rhode Island, where the fire marshal and all the fire codes got changed to require sprinkling systems for certain assembly numbers of people, et cetera. What I believe will happen is because of COVID, on a nationwide basis, and forget RIDE and all that, I think school buildings will be required to come to standards of a new code. It'll come from ASME or BOCA or National Electrical Code or whatever, but it's gonna require proper air quality and proper air exchanges. And to go through and spend $90 million now throwing Band-Aids and paint on what we've got, I suspect that it's gonna be, you're gonna have buyer's regret, because this won't be a situation where they grandfather, okay, this building can't do it now, but in the future, when you build a new one, that's not gonna happen. They're gonna make places of public assembly, including schools, come up to a different standard, because the United States of America, federal governments, state governments, they're not, COVID can and probably will go on for a long time in the restricted state we're in. Eventually that restrictions will be lifted somewhat once there's vaccines and all that. But bottom line is, it's here to stay, whether it's a seasonal thing like flu, but the bottom line is gonna be here for our lifetimes and our kids' lifetimes. And the building codes are going to require an ability to mitigate the negative effects of that. And this plan will not have the foundation to support those new requirements. Again, all of that is only my perception, but I hope that you council members will think about this. And I understand your vote doesn't commit the town to do this. The citizens will have an opportunity to accept or reject the bond that gets put in front of them. But knowing the way Rhode Islanders go, they very seldom see a bond they don't like, right? I've said all I'm gonna say at the moment. I appreciate the time, appreciate the work everybody has put into this. I really do. This is not personal. This is just a taxpayer. I pay taxes on 4 properties in town. I don't have children in the system. So, I can't begin to know what those parents feel like. But looking at it strictly as a town citizen, desirable schools and school systems are needed to attract and retain citizens, i.e. tax base. So the proposal that was up at the beginning for that new development where the old missionary Christian schools girl was below the government center, above just north of the government center, that's the kind of thing that this town should be encouraging and needs, And
the president,
I said this the other day. I'm gonna stop now, Abel, but I'm not unique. If this trend of increasing tax to pay for things that are wanted and a vocal social group can ram through, your tax base on the residential side will suffer. So thank you very much. And I look forward to hearing other comments. But remember, what you do tonight is going to be reflected in November. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate it.
Aaron Huggins. And there you go.
Hello there. I will keep it short. I understand that it is very late at night now, but I just wanted to express my support in moving forward with submitting on stage 2 on time. I really feel like it's in the best interest of the town at whole to let the voters decide. Knowing new families that have moved to this area for job opportunities that have chosen to live in other districts because of what is going on here in SK, and that local neighboring districts have improved their facilities, is really disheartening to hear as a parent of 2 little ones in district that had moved back to South Kingstown specifically for the good schools. I know it's a big decision, but it needs to be on the ballot for voters to decide.
Thank you, Erin.
Thanks.
And that brings us to Sherry Conover.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. I hope you guys have all heard, received my email earlier today, so you know what I'm calling in for. I do want to say that I am a little saddened that it's 11:30 at night and I have still yet to hear what you guys think. So I think it would have made a difference in my call, but I'm going to go ahead and move forward anyway. I am hoping that you guys will consider pausing on submitting the phase 2 application. I do completely disagree that there's no risk by taking this to the voters. If the voters say no, you're simply back to square one. This did happen in Westerly when the plan was pushed mainly by the teachers, the parents of school children, and superintendent without being properly vetted by the community. This feels like it's exactly what's happening here in SK. There has been actually zero community engagement. There are many concerns and reasons for pause. Submitting in February is completely acceptable and gives you the opportunity to do the due diligence that has not yet been done. Take the time to engage your community as a whole. Most people do not have the capacity to sit through these very long meetings. Respect the fact that we are in the middle of a pandemic. Think about what the future of education will look like after the pandemic. Consider the fact that this beautiful plan was made before the pandemic and that we need to pause. This pandemic has caused the world to pause. We can't live in a bubble here in SK. We need to pause. How will the pandemic affect the future numbers of enrollment? Trends in education seem to be saying that we may have more students that continue to go online, students that are going to be leaving to go to private schools, and that's not going to change with new facilities. So I just simply ask that you'll pause. I understand it's very late at night, and I hope that you'll hear that there's a lot of concerns coming from the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Cadence Hansen.
Hello, how are you?
Very good. How are you doing, Cadence?
Good. So I have a couple questions and then some comments. So my first question is, so earlier a few hours ago, we listened to the application of the vineyard, the hotel, all of that. And something that really caught my attention during that application was the stipulation on the land was that what they were developing was going to put no strain on the school system. And simultaneously, we're frequently having talks about more affordable housing and growing our school population. So I'm curious as to where we really stand in this town. They seem like two conflicting ideas. So what is our community plan on that? Are we trying to grow our school community or not?
I will note that the developer in that case was referring to an old comprehensive plan. The planning board is actually meeting this week to talk about revisions to that plan, and that section, that concept has changed.
Okay, because I think it's important to know that as we move forward with the school facilities plan. All right. I would also like to echo what some previous callers have said about COVID and how it's probably going to change a lot in our schools moving forward. And then I guess I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the facilities plan. We all know that we need to upgrade our facilities. But I think that the plan that we have in front of us right now doesn't deliver what we're asking for, nor does it meet the cost that we had previously said we were prepared to spend. And yes, we've spent years and over $1 million on developing this project. But that isn't necessarily a reason to move forward. Good economic theory says that you start where you are and you see like what you're going to have to spend in the future. And so as an engineer, I would like to ask you to do this. I don't want you to vote yes because of the timeline. I don't want you to vote yes because of all the time and energy that's been put in. I would like to respect all the time and energy that has been put in. I mean, this is, sorry, my son kept me up all night and now it's super late tonight. I do respect all the time and energy that has been put into developing this project. I don't think we should vote yes because of the money spent or because of the interest rate. And again, I want to come back to the timeline. I don't want to vote yes because we feel like we have a deadline. I want to vote yes, or I want you to make your vote, yes or no. I want you to vote on the project. I want you to vote on the budget. And I want you to vote on what is best for our community. I don't think it's fair to box you into a situation and say, this needs to be decided by tomorrow or we lose everything. So that's really all I have to say about that. So thank you.
Thank you. And David Palizzetti.
Thank you, Abel. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you all for a very long day and a very long process. I'm sure you think I'm calling on behalf of the rec department, and I will wear that hat just briefly and let you know that I've been following this project since January. We finally, very late in the game, were listened to, and we appreciated the Parks and Recs department were listened to. And we provided the architect basically with a plan with ourselves, and the school department basically handed it to them at the last second. And I will say that the Parks and Rec department is supportive of the plan that is going forward with the inclusion of the South Road property. That will work. It'll do minimal impact to the park and actually improves the athletic facilities, which is another one of our goals. So we're happy to partner with the school to do that. I do have fear that in value engineering, that some of the benefits could be cut off. And I understand the school department, when it goes to contracting, controls a lot of that. So I would hope that if this goes forward, if it goes all the way through and gets voted on, and this is the plan that goes, that there are tight controls to make sure that the park is not damaged. And I know you've made that claim before, and I appreciate your support going forward on that. But switching my hat to a citizen and not as the chairman of the Recreation Commission, I would just like to say that we really need to consider the total project cost. And what hasn't been discussed, I think, enough is the Columbia Street site. And that has to be included in this budget because it is an operational cost that's going to follow this town. And while there are thoughts that it could be turned into condos, with an outside developer, and maybe that's a possibility, probably less so in this economy, but it still could be a possibility. I've sat through numerous school building committee meetings where I've heard time and time again that we wouldn't be able to put new science labs in Columbia Street because it's just too difficult. And I find that if it's hard to put science labs in Columbia Street, it's got to be very hard to put condos and apartments in Columbia Street. So I question the logic there, because I think the architectural firm that was basically supporting this project didn't think very well. They were not, I will say, they just weren't creative. And I think if you look at the amount of money being put into the high school addition and put that same amount of money into Columbia Street, you'd have a proposal that looked much different and might have a lower operational cost to the town. So whether you vote yes to move this forward or no to vote or to stop it now, I do think some more engineering analysis has to be done on the total project cost, what can be done at Columbia Street for that dollar value. Because as other people have said, we've taken a lot of money out of the elementary schools to do this, and you're going to be left with a very nice gymnasium, an overly large auditorium, some nice science labs, and a 50-year-old relic of Curtis Corner Middle School that is also going to cost money down the road to either maintain or to upgrade. And you just haven't been given good choices. And I think a lot of the reason this town is kind of split right now is because we are led poorly by our design firm. And I want to go back all the way to the original 4 choices of you get to keep Wakefield or you get to lose Wakefield Elementary School. I think even back then we had poor choices. I just don't think there's been a lot of creative thinking. And from a project engineering standpoint, this project failed in the planning stages about 4 years ago. And it's not getting any better. And I personally would like to see a new firm come in with some different ideas. And I think we could have a project that would work for the schools, help recruitment, be fine for athletics, be fine for the parks, and have a lower operational cost. The plan you have before you isn't good. I'm sorry. I'm not saying waiting 6 months will make that plan better, but with that firm, I don't see it getting any better. And again, that's my thought as an engineer and a facility engineer at that. So thank you.
Thank you, David. And Raisa, you have your hand up. It's been up for a while again. Is that up newly? I guess bring her in.
Thank you, Abel. I talked about the process before, and I want to talk about some of the stuff that Dave talked about and that is going to be before you tonight. And the thing that hasn't been talked about is the operational savings. And I had a back and forth email with Rob about the operational savings. And what we talked about was that the reason why there wasn't a lot of money being put into the elementary schools was that there was potential for elementary school consolidation. I just think we're not at a place where we all agree. And that's just the bottom line. And so if we can go back to warm, safe, and dry, figuring out what we need in the buildings that make sure that our kids they're not in a building with mold. They're not in a building with a roof that leaks. They're not in a building at Curtis Corner where there's water coming up from the floor. I think that's the place that we need to be. And I feel like I'm spitting in the wind because you guys are going to vote however you're going to vote, and that's fine. But I hope that you've heard from people other than me who really have major, major concerns about this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Doral Beasley. You are still muted, Doral.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So this one's from Mr. Zarnetsky. I don't know how long ago it was, 45 minutes, when Mr. Kavanaugh said, as part of his discussion, part of his words, that if we don't submit this thing tomorrow, we'll have to go back to square one. That was an incorrect statement. Now, you knew that. I knew that. But you didn't correct him. So you allowed him to speak and not with incorrect information. And the people that after him that spoke until I finally when I first came on, that may have made those kind of statements, also had incorrect information. You should have interrupted the conversation at that point and given to the public the information that you have. The fact that you didn't do that is part of the non-transparency that this project has had from almost the beginning. For J.C. Northup, when you said we're going to take 100,000 square feet offline and there's our operational savings. Okay. So over the last 18 years, we've lost 1,600 students in this district. If we were going to build a new high school, Curtis Corner, and all new one, be for 800 students. So over the last 18 years, this district has lost the equivalent of 2 new high schools. And in that period of time, how many schools have we closed? 1. We closed 1 elementary school in 18 years. So don't tell me or the public that if we close 100,000 square feet, and I guess you're talking about South Kingston High School, that's going to be operational savings. We've had this school district and our school committees have had for 18 years, have had many opportunities to close an additional school. And every time it comes up, you don't. That's why you ran for office 2 years ago, so the Wakefield School wouldn't close. Now, let me ask a question here. Here's what I see the problem is with voting on this thing to submit it. If the application is written today is submitted tomorrow, and the majority is currently controlling the town council and the school committee are reelected on November 3rd, the referendum for bonding, when it goes before the voters next spring, will not pass because the school committee, as presently constituted, will not reduce payroll to help cover costs. When I showed you that chart last time, what it showed there, they had that kind of light orange line, the one kind of like in the middle where the 7.5 students per FTE was. So that's what a good school district should be at. If we had that, in fact, back in the year 2000, this school district's ratio of students per FTE was 8.5 students per FTE. Over the next 2.5 years, it went from 8.5 to 7, then it went down to 6.9. And ever since then, it's never gotten back to 7. But if we were at 7.5 all those years, we would have saved over the 18 years, $117 million. Well, guess what? That's just about what a new high school would cost, a brand new high school at Curtis Corner. So the way I look at it is this: we've already paid for people in this town to work in our school district for the last 18 years, the equivalent of a high school. It's time for our school district to pay back the students and the taxpayers of this town by reducing their payroll over the next 10 years so that we can afford to build a new high school now, and that we can afford to pay to fix our elementary schools now. You're only putting $1.6 million in our elementary schools. That's pathetic. That's 5% that's only 5% of the money that they need in that chart that thing that you got back in April, where it showed how much money we're going to have to spend over the next 5 to 10 years to keep our buildings operating. That's got nothing, that has nothing to do with 21st century spaces or anything else. Okay, $1.6 million is pathetic. So I'm asking you to not send this forward for another reason. Because if the application is written today, is submitted tomorrow, and the people elected on November 3rd don't support it, in other words, if new people get elected, any referendum for bonding that goes before the voters before next spring will fail, because the $78 million approved for this by the school committee on Friday, that part of that $85 million, does not include the following essential needs for a 55-year-old portion of Curtis Corner. Oh, by the way, if you, without Mr. Sarnetsky's help, if you town council members right now at this hour, this night, cannot answer the following questions, there's no way you should vote to send this thing forward. Do you know, number one, do you know, since we're not going to be doing the full renovation of Curtis Corner, because the school committee voted the other night to just do the 78 million version and not the 99. So if you don't know what's missing, so what's not going to get done in that building, you can't vote on this tonight. If you don't know what's missing, so you can't make that judgment, you can't vote on it tonight. If you don't know what the allowance that RGB is factored in to their numbers for per square foot purchase of materials and everything else, you can't vote tonight, because I can guarantee you it's below, because I already know the answer, it's below RIDE's minimum standard for new construction at the middle school. It's below it. And forget the other part, the other renovated part, that money in the other renovated part is somewhere between $120 and $190 per square foot. That's a joke. That's a joke in today's world.
All right. Thank you, Doral.
So let me just finish. So what this saying is, this should be, everybody says this should be left to the voters. It should be left to the voters. It should be left to the voters on November 3rd. If the town council and the school committee, the control of, stays where it is now, then you've lost nothing, because you've already found out from the school building authority that you could delay it till February. It would give you time to clean that mess up that RGB presented to you the other day, and you'd maybe get some buy-in from the public. But if control of either the town council or the school committee changes, let's say just one of the two changes, then the two sides are going to have to compromise. If both change, then it's in likelihood, there's very likely that stage 2 application is going to get recalled, because it's not good enough in any way, shape, or form. If NEASK, Sarah Markey, NEARI, if they're unwilling to give up anything so that we can build a new high school and fix our schools, then why should we support them? Because I've also shown you over the last months, when you look at how our schools are ranked, there's nowhere near, we're paying the top dollar in the state of Rhode Island, and our schools are nowhere near that investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Doyle. Emily Comiskey.
Hi guys, seeing that it's almost midnight, I just wanted to say a couple quick things. Thank you for having the stamina to still be awake right now. The bottom line is we have $80 million of deficiencies to address. We can do it with, or we can do it without reimbursement. I really think that Mr. Kavanaugh said it best. We need to learn from history. Please don't put our taxpayers at risk of financing the full burden of getting the necessary work done to our schools. I feel like most things have already been said, but I would be remiss to not request for you to please submit the application as expected on 9/15. Having to revise stage 1 is no small issue. It also then means we would need to revise stage 2, which if I didn't honestly believe with all of my heart that it was a great plan or that it wasn't a good plan, I would say we should go back and we need to revise to make sure that we get this right. But I've heard many of you, and I've heard our town manager say, this is a good plan. So, and I've heard RIDE say, this is a good plan. So at that point, why are we continuing to spin our wheels to go back and revise a 500-page document or a 1,000-page document that RIDE, our town manager, and our superintendent all say is a good plan? I don't think that it makes sense. What I do think makes sense is that as soon as we get approval from RIDE, and we find out what the big number is here, whether it's the 50% or not, what makes sense is for us to go on a full-blown campaign to make sure that the revisions are made that start to bridge the gaps between where the people that agree and don't agree about this plan can be done. And I think that with a really strong communications plan and strong community outreach, that we can come together. And submitting this plan does not mean that every single thing that was presented by RGB over the last week is what has to happen. There's a lot of time for revisions, and there should be revisions. And as I said the other night at our school committee meeting, those that are have been critical of the outreach or the lack of outreach. Therefore, I hope that they can come to the table, just as those that are critical of this plan. I mean, a lot of people have really good, thoughts about how we can improve this plan. So let's get everybody together at the table, but let's not miss out on a potential 15% of our 50% reimbursement. If we do, it's going to make it so we're not going to be able to address anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. All right, seeing no other community comment at this time. Roberta Mulholland. You brought in. Roberta, you're still muted.
Hi, it's Roberta Mulholland. I actually got bumped off for a minute. Thanks for taking my hand up, Abel. I just got home from work a little bit ago and I was surprised and see that you're still there. But I had a couple of comments. If this repeats anyone's, I apologize. I did read Rob's email to RIDE today, and Miss Lopes Metcalf emailed back to him. It's clear that we can take the time until February 15th. For the people who are saying, you know, we're going to have to update things, I don't recall any outrage when they had to update things after the January 2020 letter from RIDE, although I wouldn't have known about it because there's really been no outreach to the community and to let us know what's going on. But the January 2020 letter does say, yes, you can submit, you're in the fiscal year 2021, so we're going to ask you to update some things, and there's a checklist. So that sounds like what they're doing now. I think, so they've already updated, so they'll update again. We've spent $1.1 million, $1.1 million with these architects, and we had a change this spring at some point to completely change to this add-on new high school. And there has been no community input. And I did take a little bit of time this weekend to look at the regulations, and I was surprised to see what's required. And I don't understand how this town can make the representation that this is community supported. This is a different plan than what came before this new junior high school turned into parts to the new high school. How are we even making that representation? As far as the taxpayers' full burden, I would rather see the community be engaged, that notices go out to people in this town to let them know what's happening and to invite their comment, their input. Look for the support, not rush this, don't get the support, and risk doing the gravest disservice to the students in this district that I can imagine, which is the bond is defeated and they get nothing. That's the risk. And this seeming fear that something might change in the time between now and February, that's, I don't understand that kind of fear, but you've spent $1.1 million. Let's not be penny wise and pound foolish. Let's do what they should have done. Let's do what the school committee should have done and bring in the public, bring them in, find out what their input is, and they might be surprised. All these school committee members who are calling in and saying, do it now, they might be surprised and get community input that is valuable. It's valuable to everyone in this town, valuable to the architects, valuable to the building committee. So that's all I wanted to say, and thank you. I just want you to remember, please remember that the community doesn't know about this project. Nobody listens to these meetings that happen during the day. Nobody, I mean, I could never go to a building committee meeting during the day. These meetings that the building committee has, they're so long. People can't do that, and they can't spend the time if they even know about it. Let's send out notice. Let's give notice to the community. That's it. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Roberta. All right. That, I believe, public comment is over, and that would bring us to boards, commissions, and committees report. I'm going to assume that the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory
We have
Committee.
had communication with them, and they have graciously decided to come back at the next meeting.
Wise decision. That brings us to item 11, which is the town manager's.
I really am going to jump through just one item for you tonight, and that is that, well, two items. The first is that we've got a new director of planning coming in, joining us next week. His name is James Rabbit. He is actually in the audience, but does not have a video camera. So actually, Susan, if you can bring him in, we can at least let him say hello to the council. And the other item that I will note of importance is that later in the agenda, we will be looking at the issue of extending the emergency declaration. We've actually had a pretty good month. COVID cases here in South Kingstown have not been too bad. We have not seen a spike at the University of Rhode Island as they have in many other around other universities in the country. So that's something I knock on wood about every single day. But so far this month has been good. Nonetheless, all of the indications from the governor's office, all the indications from the national CDC and from Dr. Fauci are that the fall is a potentially dangerous period for us, and we have to remain vigilant. With that, I'm going to just introduce Jamie Rabbit. Jamie has taken the position of planning director effective Wednesday of this week. Is that right?
You're still muted, Jamie.
All right.
A little better.
Yeah. Quick hello, because we are now past midnight at this point.
I just thank you for Rob for allowing me to sit in tonight and listen to a very interesting meeting. And just want to say I look forward to working with the town, working with the council, our town manager, who I know a little bit about from his days in Norwich, Connecticut, and really look forward to working in South Kingstown with everybody.
Jamie is a URI graduate who has 30 years experience in planning, mostly in Eastern Connecticut, but also in Simsbury, which is a very interesting community for us to be looking to on a number of fronts. So we look forward to having Jamie join us.
Welcome.
Thank you, everyone.
And that's
all right. And that's the town manager's report you said, Rob? Okay.
Good night.
Good night. That brings us to item 12, appointments. Is there any appointment that somebody would like to make?
So Deb Kelso, I'd like to appoint Kara Biller to the Rec Commission.
Joe Veely, second.
All right, we have a motion by Deb, second by Joe. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries. And that was the Rec Commission. Does anybody want to make it?
So Joe Veely, I'll make a motion to appoint Michelle Doherty to the zoning board for the second alternate position.
Joe, quick question. Michelle was tonight, right? Or am I?
Yes. She's a real estate agent. Do I hear a second? Okay, I do not see a second. We'll just move along. Item 13, new business. It's too late. 13B, resolution establishing the following fee schedule for emergency medical services and amending the town's schedule of fees as further described in a memo from the Director of Emergency Medical Services to the town manager dated September 3rd, 2020. And the table is there on the agenda. Do I hear a motion?
Deb Kelso, motion to approve item 13B.
Rory McEntee, I'll second that motion.
Motion by Deb, second by Rory. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. 13C is a resolution authorizing the purchase from RB Allen Company of Northampton, New Hampshire, of a digitized system 3505 Prism LX alarm server in an amount not to exceed $60,250, and further described in a memo from the communications superintendent to the town manager. As I understand it, this has actually already been done under emergency authority, but we'd like to, support that. Do I hear a
Joe
motion?
Veely, motion to approve 13C.
Deb Kelso, I'll second that.
Motion by Joe, second by Deb. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. 13D is a resolution authorizing the installation of a proposed fiber optic conduit within the open space area associated with the Eldred Farm subdivision for a utility connection from Eldred Farm Road to Verizon's equipment located on the water tower on adjacent land owned by the University of Rhode Island, and further described in a memo from the Interim Director of Planning dated September 4th, 2020.
Joe Veely, a motion to approve 13D.
Deb Kelso, second.
Motion by Joe, second by Deb. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to 13E, which is a resolution expressing the town council's concurrence with the school committee's decision to authorize the superintendent of schools to submit a stage 2 application to the Rhode Island Department of Education, seeking reimbursement for school facilities improvements by the deadline of September 15th, 2020. Let's see, there are a number of things listed. Rob, I imagine you're going to go through those.
Yeah,
now.
happy to do it. I'd also suggest it might make sense to bring Linda Savastano and Zachary Saul into the meeting.
Sure, let's do that.
And maybe the easiest way to go through the materials that are listed there and a little bit beyond that, I suppose, is to do a quick share. I'm not gonna try to go in great depth here, but I do think it is helpful to summarize where we are at this point, if you don't mind my sharing my screen.
Go ahead.
Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I think the first thing to know about where we are is how this compares to where we've been. The plan that has been developed, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna try to clean my screen up here a bit. I got you guys in front of my PowerPoint. How this compares to where we've been in terms of the CIP. The CIP, of course, has been vetted in conversations with the school department over the last several years. It's also a document that's been reviewed by the town council and approved. The town council approved, the town approved CIP has a major construction for projects element of $85 million. The RIDE Stage 2 application, as it's prepared and as it was presented to the school committee on Friday, also has an $85 million major construction project or component. So the dollar amounts that we're talking about tonight, the dollar amounts in the application, are the same as the dollar amounts that we've been contemplating since the beginning of our discussion on this. What is different is that the CIP that has been approved really did not have construction projects for the most part. There were capital improvements related to technology acquisition and some projects that were related to the replacement of vehicles, but there really wasn't in the school CIP a component related to construction. The RIDE Stage 2 application does have a component related to 5 years worth of non-debt funded, operationally funded construction projects. That is different, and it does change the value that was contemplated when we did the CIP earlier in this year and when we did the CIP last year. But the bonded portion is the same number. So if we look at the bonded portion in the original application, 12:15 a.m. I'm sorry, this is Siri trying to talk to me here. Major construction projects components, the original budget that we contemplated in the CIP was anticipating $6 million in PAYGO. This is essentially grant money from the state, plus $78 million worth of bonded debt that the town would take on to get us to the $85 million bond project. That is exactly what is in the stage 2 application. When we did the original budget, we anticipated that this would have an annual cost of about $3.1 million because we were looking at 4% interest rate. With the rate that we've been told we can assume at this point safely of 3.25%, we actually see an annual cost of only $2.7 million, which is approximately $400,000 savings from what we anticipated when we were doing our CIP. So this project, as presented in the application tonight, is actually cheaper than what we anticipated when we were doing the CIP. On the other hand, the annual cost of the non-debt portion, the annual operating budget portion of this project is higher. The annual cost is really about $770,000 more if we do 50%, and we're obliged to do at least 50% of what we put in an application. And it's $1.4 million a year operating money that has to be found if we're going to go with the plan that's in the application. This is actually where my concern is more than anything else. While we're seeing $400,000 worth of savings, we do have a large additional operational budget drain in the application. But we also have some.
Rob, can I just stop you for a second?
Sure.
With that figure, is that 770 to 1.54? Is that just for the length of the CIP? Is that a 6-year or is that 20?
That's a 5-year.
5-year.
Your CIP. The rides CIPs are 5 years. And again, the 770 is if we do 50% of the work that's proposed, and the 1.5 is if we do all of it. The application, as presented, requests $56.9 million worth of assistance from the state. If the state were to approve us at the 50% rate, and if the state were to give us the maximum PAYGO, or what their formula suggests we ought to receive as PAYGO on the amount that the size of the project, we would see $56.9 million worth of state aid. That is a big deal, and a lot has been said over the course of the last week or two, and over the course of the entire project, about this extra 15%. Steve Massaroni, when he came in, our financial advisor, when he came in last Thursday, he did note, and he's absolutely right, that 15% does make a bigger difference than anything else that we would, expect to have an impact on the total cost of finance. The interest rate, it's not that big a deal. The duration, the term of the loans that we take or the bonds that we issue, it just doesn't make that much of a difference. The 15% makes a huge difference in the impact, the fiscal impact of this project. So that 15% matters. And the reason you hear some folks talking about this with great urgency and others not being as concerned is that the timeline for that 15% is the clock is ticking on it. And the timeline is such that we have to have contracts, construction contracts executed before December 2022, or we begin to lose those 15% percentage point bonuses. We start to lose the 5% bonuses, 3 of which we have targeted. And we start to see those evaporate if we're not under contract with a contractor by December of 2022. So moving to January of 2020 or February of 2021 does definitely impact the timeline. It shortens the timeline. If all things go well, if we focus on making sure that this application is the best that it can be, then I believe, and I think, you know, Zach believes with me, we can get to a bond schedule that will not put us in jeopardy for hitting 2022 December, at least for executed contracts. We think we can execute contracts in time to still be eligible if what we're doing is continuing with this project, the project that's been defined in this application. If we begin doing radical changes, if we tried, for example, to go back to Columbia Street, there's a danger that we would not be able to move everything fast enough to get contracts in place by December of 2022. So we would be putting in jeopardy a chunk of this $56.9 million that the state is dangling there now. One thing that is important to know about the application as it exists, the finance section of the application contains the following provision. While it is recognized that the proposed bonded debt is not legally required to be counted against the state's 4% cap on property tax increases, the district agrees to be guided by the principle that the additional debt service costs associated with the project should not result in tax increases of more than 4% in any given year. The town agrees to abide by its statutory obligations with regard to maintenance of effort to support school programs. The district agrees that so long as the town meets its maintenance of effort obligations, school operation cost reduction should be exhausted in order to avoid tax increases in excess of 4% in any given year, and to more generally minimize the burden on taxpayers. This is an important principle that we are asserting to the state as part of our financing strategy. The district is committing to not looking to the taxpayers before they look to cost savings. We're looking to operational savings before we look to the taxpayers. There's been some mention tonight about whether or not we could even delay submission until February of 2021. The answer to the question is yes, but there will be some work that needs to be done with regard to the stage 1 checklist. And I'm going to let Linda talk about that in a minute because she's in a much better position to talk about what the implications of having to go back through part of that checklist may be. It is not going back and starting from whole cloth. It is not starting completely fresh, but there are pieces of the stage 1 application that would have to be refreshed and perhaps in some cases rewritten. Again, I'll have Linda talk about that in just a minute. And finally, this is a silly little tool, but it's also, I think, a useful one. You know, if I had to summarize, having spent now more than 2 years on a building committee looking at this, what the pros and the cons of submitting immediately are, I'd say that the pros are that this is a pretty good plan. This is a good plan. This gets us to a facility that has significant benefits over what the community currently has. It's not perfect, and you know there can be differences of opinions about whether it's the best plan, whether it's the preferable location, but it's a good plan. It's a plan that I believe could be executed, and it's a plan that I think could produce what's been put on paper and described on the application as being the objective of the community. Again, whether it should be the objective, not my call. Whether it's capable of being executed, I believe it is. Early approval by the state locks us in for reimbursement as much as is possible. It doesn't guarantee us the 50%, but the later we go, the less likely it is that we are going to be able to lock in at the 50%. The bonuses are less at risk right now than they would be if we wait until February of 2021. Again, Zach and I believe that we can get a budget referendum on schedule so that we could avoid missing December 2022, but that deadline is closer to February, March, April, May, June, and July of next year than it is to some month in this winter or early spring next year. There is no commitment. Yep.
Can you explain, just so they understand, that when we talk about the additional 15% or even the 50%, that's not something that's guaranteed up front?
No, that's right. We don't get any guarantees. What the state will tell you is you look like you are eligible. So for example, one of the 5% bonuses is for newer and fewer schools. Since we will be closing a school, the Columbia Street High School, we are eligible for those bonuses, that 5% additional reimbursement. That one is not really complicated, but for example, energy efficiency, higher energy efficiency. Again, we look like we should be eligible, but if for some reason we don't actually produce an energy efficient building or buildings, the state will come in and say, no, those fixtures don't qualify and you don't get that additional 5% reimbursement. So throughout the phase 3 or stage 3, you've got to monitor what you're doing and make sure that you are complying with the state's rules to qualify and to continuously move toward satisfying the criteria to get those bonuses. They will not guarantee it. They will only determine whether or not you get those bonuses toward increased reimbursement after the work is done, and they can confirm that the criteria have been met. Another pro to doing it sooner rather than later is there really is no commitment. You could submit this application tomorrow and withdraw it on Friday of this week. You could let this thing ride, let the state Department of Education review it, and have the Council on Elementary and Secondary Education approve this application in November. November 17th is the date that I think they approve these things. And then on the 18th of November, say, you know what, never mind. We're not going to pursue this project because it's just not something that the community has gotten excited about, or for whatever reason, for no reason whatsoever. There is no commitment to spend a single dollar based on this. I will say that based on the timelines, given that we do have to be under contract, it is not likely that the plan can be changed wholesale between now and February. You're not going to be able to go back to Columbia Street between now and February. There's not enough time to get it done. So that is both a pro and sort of a downside of the current state of affairs, but it counsels in favor of going ahead because you are basically working with some variation of the plan that you've got. Cost escalation does, every single day, cost escalation does erode the value of your money. And the pay-go money, the state grant money that we're hoping to see $6 million plus of, is a limited pool. It's not likely to go away by February, but there are no guarantees, and there are applicants who will be seeking to draw from a fund that now has, I believe it was $170 million left from 250. So those dollars are going away. The town's financing position, fiscal position, is not likely to change much between now and February, so I don't see that as an issue one way or the other. The answer to every question isn't known, but we're not going to know the answer to every question. So I think that also is not a particularly impactful criteria for deciding. The possibility, all of the possibilities have not been accounted for, absolutely not. And again, we're not going to do that between now and February either. And changes of elected officials is something we've heard quite a bit. But again, my point about no commitment sort of negates this as a criterion for evaluation, because if the council, if the school committee were to change on November 3rd, the new committee, the new town council, as soon as sworn in, could write a letter to RIDE and say, we withdraw our application. We withdraw our concurrence. We don't want to proceed. And they can't make us. So, you know, the idea that somehow having a change in the elected bodies is somehow prejudiced by a submission doesn't seem to me to be a very strong argument. Cons, we haven't figured out the long-term implications of this thing. We don't know. I mean, I will share with you just one small observation. The operational costs issue was raised the other day, and the response was, well, we're not going to hire new teachers, so it's not a problem. Well, the school department will be taking on a campus. They will have more grass to cut. They will have more fields to maintain. They will have more physical space to deal with. We should know those numbers. If there's a good reason in my mind for spending the time and getting those sorts of things figured out, well, that is it. I mean, that would be the reason for not submitting in my mind immediately. It's that we need some time to figure out some of the details that we've not resolved, such as the long-term cost of each of these buildings. I don't think that the space utilizations are as efficient as they can be. Again, this can be dealt with in stage 3, but we have not got very efficient space utilizations. Most of our buildings remain well below the utilization rates that the state would like to see, well below what the state would like to see. And I'm not delighted with the fact that we haven't hit space utilizations that make sense yet. Impact on individual taxpayers during a very difficult time is certainly an element of what we're hearing from the community. Solid consensus around the education program. This isn't my concern, but you can hear it in every one of the comments that says not yet, not yet, not yet. They're all about whether or not this location is the best location in which to educate children. They're all about whether the distribution of dollars is the right distribution of dollars to help middle school kids versus high school kids versus elementary school kids. It's a consensus around the education program far more than it is about things like the utilization of space. I'm concerned about utilization of space, but I clearly am hearing from many of the folks who have joined the school building committee and other meetings. I'm really hearing concern about whether or not there's this consensus around the education aspects. And again, Linda can speak to those far better than I can.
So Rob, one other thing I just thought of, allocation of money per building. You know, once you allocate in the application, you're committed to spending those dollars on a particular building.
That is true.
So if you were to say make some significant changes potentially, let's take for instance Broad Rock as an example. If you decided to do something different at Broad Rock and you decided that you're only going to put on one wing potentially, you can't take those cost savings and move that over to the high school.
So my last thought here, and I will hand this over to Linda and open it up to questions for Linda, Zach, and I. A no vote, if we submit in February, does become fatal. If we submit now and we do a referendum in the winter or spring, there's still some time to recover. You can still do another referendum in May or June. So you have a failed referendum, you can modify and you can still come back and take one more bite at the apple. If we put this off to February, we get one bite, and a miss just doesn't, we're gonna be in a situation where we're not going to see the 50% reimbursement for sure. And we're gonna have to scale back a project. So
Rob, So Joe Velia, I have a question. So the second bite at the apple for the bond, wouldn't that require a change in the app?
It depends. It's not a guaranteed second bite, that's for sure, Joe. It depends on what change has to be made. If you had let's say we submit the application, it gets approved in November, we put it out to a referendum vote in January. It fails. There's a community conversation for 3 or 4 or 5 weeks. We find out what needed to be fixed. We fix it in, that would put us what? February, March, April. If we get it fixed in April and it doesn't take massive rewriting, then you can still get out to bond in May, June, July, and you might get a second bite. There's no chance of that though, no chance whatsoever.
Right, but so then my question is, if you're going to resubmit a bond, it's going to be for a different number.
Yes,
and
that's-
presumably lower and maybe dramatically lower. Wouldn't that in itself change the app?
It might. If you're going from an $85 million bond to, a completely redesigned 7-school model, yes. But if what you're doing is you're cutting off one of the wings on Broad Rock and not substantially changing anything else, that might, to save $10 million. I mean, these are just absolutely hypothetical numbers.
Yeah, no, I get it. Okay,
My
thanks.
point is, we don't know, it's not likely under either scenario, but it's impossible if we go to February. You're just never going to get that. There's no chance of it.
But Rob, we're not addressing the General Assembly piece of that here. We need General Assembly approval to go to bond. So we are somewhat at their mercy. I think the timeline of going to bond in January is disingenuous.
Well, that's true. We're not going in January. We're going.
Right. The General Assembly will not be in session until January, and we need to get the legislation in order to go to bond.
So there's actually some talk about this being done.
I did hear that, piggybacking on state referendum. But again, that's a very fluid situation. So I don't think we really stand a chance of a January vote.
Well, again, there is some talk about being able to get authorization this fall.
Rob, I was also under the impression that if a application,
stop sharing.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
If you submit an application and you go to bond and the bond is defeated, I was always under the impression that you had to start over, but maybe I'm wrong.
So I will let Linda jump in.
I think probably usually people do start over because the community wasn't happy with what they had. You know what I mean? So if a bond fails, you're getting a clear message that your community's not happy. So you're right, Brian, people probably do start over. You know what I mean? Just because you don't have the passion in the community. There were a couple other points, Rob. When we do talk about the total cost, we know if we make a commitment to the Department of Education and the School Building Authority, that our commitment is 50%. So whatever we've maxed out for, we know once we say, yes, we're committed to 50% of the maximum amount. And if you do have dollars that you are working on different buildings with, but then you decide, I'm under budget at Broad Rock, for example, you can utilize those funds in other locations. So you can put them in other buildings. I just asked that recently because I was wondering. And Rob, I was going to just talk a little bit about, I was just going to piggyback off of your conversation a little bit and speak to, I guess primarily the delayed submission and kind of impact, if that's okay. First of all, thank you for letting me join tonight or whatever day it is at this point. I appreciate it. I also just want to thank you all for your ongoing support that you've given to the schools and to the children, and I don't take it lightly. I feel it and I am grateful, especially now, especially today. Tonight, this is actually the second time that you're voting for a stage 2. And you know that we discussed last week with Christine that our first one was returned because the connection with the vision and the concept plan. So this is now, you know, the concept plan. So we've tried to be very careful around that. And it's not certainly been an easy journey, and we're not done with this by any means. We know that this is just stage 2 of a 5-stage process. We do know, though, clearly that the Department of Education considers this project and its plan exemplary. And no matter what, I do think that we have worked very hard for this, and for 1 second, we should recognize that. When I do think about the implications of a delay of stage 2 until February, there are a couple different elements that, and you know, if you've looked, we know our previous stage 1 was 500 pages, stage 2 is 1,000 pages. Like, these aren't little documents. There are checklists. The current, they changed the requirements. The current FY 2021 stage 1 checklist is a 15-page document. And the guidance, you know, Rob had asked, can we resubmit stage 2? And that was the email back and forth today. But really, I think what catches there is we do have to think about stage 1 as well. When I think about that resubmission, I guess I bucketed it. So we know that we would have to do some new studies and updates that would need to be addressed. Demographics, timeline, most likely the ed program vision. You know, at this point, we've taken the old vision, we've aligned it with the new. And again, as Rob shared, it would depend upon what the ultimate outcome is. And if it's a complete blow up, we know we're starting completely from scratch at that point as well. The bonus points, as shared, are certainly a concern. That 50%, we know that that's critical for us and our affordability. And we know the commencement of the 2022 verse, some that will allow for a commencement of 2023. We know that the design and instruction cost projection would be impacted. And I think that's probably the piece that, for me, is the biggest issue. So we know we took 2 cost estimators to analyze and worked really hard to have them to make sure that we were dealing with solid numbers. We also know that we can have a escalation of costs of 3 to 6% a year. So this means that we know that this is going to have a direct impact to the scope. And that is something that I just quite frankly have concern about, because it will impact some level of it could be educational, it could be, you know, restrooms. Although I think that should be a top priority. This project, we know to date is cost over $1 million for stage 1 and stage 2. So to extend this, we'll have additional costs to keep our OPM and architect continuing on this work. So ultimately, if I go through, and I know it's late, but if we go through these impacts, they're significant. Maybe they're not as significant for you, but there is a lot of work behind the scenes, and it's important work and critical, and it's the core of all that we do submit. So I know that at a time that we would like to be taking this into the community, taking it to another place, that will be tricky. If we're to rewind back to stage 1, stage 2, and need to work on those aspects that will be impacted over time, and not a lot of time, just a couple months could have significant impact. So ultimately, I know this isn't an easy decision. I sincerely know that, and I appreciate this opportunity tonight, and for all of your ongoing support. And I'll take any questions, of course.
Thank you, Linda and Rob. Are there questions for either of them or any general comments?
This is Brian. I'll make a general comment. This has been, especially over the last couple of weeks, kind of a race to the finish line. I think a lot of us have lost a lot of sleep over this, over also trying to decide what the best decision is, to whether to submit to today, actually, because it's 9:15, or to submit in February. So it's not an easy decision for anyone. But the other concern I have is that I feel that the $85 million is probably not enough, but that's just my personal opinion. And the reason why I state that is that we backed into a number. The number really, what we should be spending is more like 103, 105 million. And to go with 85, I feel like we're gonna not shortchange, but there's a lot more work that we could do at Curtis Corner to make it the best it can be. And there's a difference in numbers there. So could you still do it for 85? Yes. Could you still make changes in stage 3, potentially with maybe change the size of the additions potentially? I guess you could, but there's still some questions that I don't think have been answered. And I do feel that, even though it's probably not a popular thing to say, that operational savings are important to be looking at. At the end of the day, it's going to be something that the entire town is going to have to pay for, and we have to find the best possible means and ways to make this happen. I think that the project itself is a good project. You know, from the beginning, before this started, I was always, even like in the very, very beginning, going back to the Robert Hendricks days, you know, I was always in favor of a centralized sort of campus, and Curtis Corner probably being the best place to do that. So there's been a lot of thoughts. There's been a lot of energy that people have spent over the time. A lot of questions that have been answered. We've worked with our vendors for a long period of time as well. But at the end of the day, we have to make the decision that I think is best for South Kingstown and best for our school department. Personally, I see Linda's concerns about pushing to February. But my opinion, based off of the recommendation from the school building committee, now granted, when we met last Wednesday, we didn't have some information that became available on Thursday. But I still feel that the recommendation would probably be similar to wait to submit in February. And again, these are all my thoughts, but I'm only one person, so thank you.
Abel, Joe Veely. So if I can piggyback some of what Bryant said. So I don't necessarily think in my analysis to prepare for tonight, I went back to say this is or isn't a good project. The question I think we have tonight is whether or not to move the application date out. And my feeling is that we should move it out. And there's a couple of reasons. One is any discussions we've had about how to pay for this in every meeting that I've been in is, here's what this will cost the taxpayer. Here's how much more the taxpayer is going to have to pay. And nowhere, I don't think, have I heard, and this is what our staffing will look like, and here's the operational savings. And other operational savings. And I just don't think that analysis has been done, and this 3 months could give us the time to do that. I think it's wrong to consider anytime we talk about how to pay for this, that we are only considering increases instead of operational savings. And I don't think we know what they are. And so maybe that's why we're not talking about them. One thing on the 15% or 15 bonus points is that, and moving this to February or not doesn't change this, but I think it needs to be recognized. Our financial advisor made it clear on Thursday night that without those bonus points, this community cannot afford this. Those bonus points are not guaranteed until things are built. And by then it's too late. That's just an observation. I don't think it has really much to do with whether or not this goes to February. The other thing that moving this to February could do for us is we'll know better the impacts of COVID, right? We know what they are up until September 14th, but we don't know what's going to happen in October, November, December, and we'll have time to sort of analyze that. You know, I get an update every week from the Chamber of Commerce Legislative Coalition, and this week's was sort of timely in that it sort of relates to this. So the state has probably agreed that they're not going to address their budget till after November 3rd. And in the update that I got today, it said that, and if the state is not able to use some of that CARES money, the $1.25 billion that the feds gave to the state, that both state and local governments are going to face very difficult choices. So this is not the time to be signing on for this, all this extra spending. If the state doesn't get to use some of that CARES money to fill their budget gap, we're not going to get a lot of revenue sharing. And I think that the 15% bonus is in jeopardy. And I think even the 35 may be. I mean, they're talking hundreds of millions of dollars in budget deficit. But one of the biggest reasons I think we need to move this ahead is that I think it was on Friday that we got all the information connected with the Stage 2 app. I don't see how anybody since Friday, even if you closed yourself in a room for 4 days, and 2 of them were business days and 2 of them were the weekend, even if you close yourself in a room, could not do the analysis and sort of looking over the proposal and be able to make a coherent decision. I mean, it's over 1,000 pages. And the proof there is when RIDE gets it, it takes them 8 weeks. They asked for 8 weeks to look at it. So those are sort of the reasons that I think we should be moving this date from September to February. And I realize that there are some risks with that, but if this truly is as good a plan as I'm being told, and we can sort of identify some of those operational expenses, and we know where COVID is by January or February, I think we're just going to make a better decision. And I think we need the time. Thank you.
So, Mr. President, if I may, I'm going to approach it from a different point. I like this plan. I think the Curtis Corner Middle School plan is where we need to be. I think the ideology behind it is solid. I think the plan is good. I have concerns at this point about the viability of a bond passing in this town. I think we need to engage the public in a different way than we have been. Every meeting we have, we take public comment, and we always welcome folks to say what they want to say. The concerns out there are that there are folks who do not know this is happening. And I agree with that. I could walk up and down my street and probably, 8 out of 10 would have no clue what I was talking about. I have a problem here with the process. So for 18 months, I have been saying in the school building committee to the architects, please don't give me this in one lump sum. I can't deal with that. I need this in small chunks. I think we would have been better served in small pieces and chapters. We should not have been down to last Friday before we were, how about even today, getting information today? That's really something, I don't know. I find that egregious that it came down to today. I am going to vote for February 15th. I am willing to risk the timeline. I think we'll have, if we get approval in April, we can still have a bond in the spring. We can still ask the General Assembly when they go back in January to give us the authority to go to bond and have the contracts in place by December of 2022. Still gives us an 18-month period to develop the stage 3 and get those contracts in place. I think it's an aggressive timeline, but I think we can get it done. I think most importantly here is that we have a plan that the community can get behind, because if a bond doesn't pass, we have nothing. We have nothing. So I want something. I want to work towards that end. And that's my reasoning for giving us the 5 months to engage the public on a different platform than we have been, and make sure everyone in this town who wants to know what's going on has the opportunity to find out.
Thanks, Deb. Go ahead, Rory.
Rory McEntee. Certainly there's no doubt that all the schools, buildings in SK are in need of improvements. I graduated from SK High in 2011, and all the buildings have really not changed since. So there's no question about whether improvements are needed. But process here, as Deb asserted, is very important here. The school building committee met on Wednesday, September 9th, and by a majority opinion, they recommended that we do not move forward with the stage 2 application with the deadline of September 15, but to defer to February. Now, the school building committee is made up of individuals appointed by the town council and the school committee with requisite knowledge that allows them to effectively oversee the outside contractor's work as it relates to furthering on the RIDE application. Now, at the time of their meeting, they meet regularly every 2 weeks and more frequently as we've crept up to this deadline. Now, as of that last meeting, they were clearly not satisfied. They had unanswered questions, and that should, point to us as to how we should proceed. Now, the school committee kind of overruled them in that regard and decided, they want to move forward with this project no matter what. In my mind, the fact that we're rushing up to this deadline, don't have complete information by the Friday before the Monday vote, still don't have complete information by the end of business Monday before the vote tonight, that is bad business. And I don't want to be engaged in bad business like that. Now, as I said before, these improvements are needed, but we need to make sure we get this right. Just some information that is concerning to me that's not been addressed and has been outspoken from school building committee members. An analysis of the operating costs for each new building after construction, that's unknown. The total cost as it relates to the disposition of the Columbia Street property, that's unknown. Having a 20-year maturity bond at a 3.25% interest rate of $85 million equates to approximately $2.7 million in annual costs. We haven't even figured out how we're going to have offsets in our annual budget to allow for this. We simply cannot add $2.7 million to our annual budget, all things remaining constant. We need to have a plan going forward that establishes that. And even if that's not part of the application, that's just good business practice, and we need to have that discussion. The municipal side of the budget cannot afford to just reduce its side by that much. The school committee has to reduce their budget to an extent to allow us to do this. These are questions that I expect that should be answered by the time that we move forward to February, but it is my belief that we should not undermine the school building committee's recommendation. They are closest to this project, and we need to kind of look to them for guidance as to where we are at this point. My vote would be to defer the application to February 15th.
Thank you, Rory. In terms of process at this point, is there a vote to postpone to February 15th, or is this just, we don't really take this up? Or
Yeah, Abel, I think you need a vote because either way, regardless if it's an approval to submit tomorrow or today or for February, it's part of the process. Maybe Rob can explain it better, but the school committee voted and we have to vote as well on whether or not to submit.
So as I understand the regs, and Linda can correct me if I've got this wrong, what RIDE requires is a vote, a record of a vote. In order to accept the application, they require a record of a vote from the school committee and a record of vote from the town council. If that doesn't exist, then the application doesn't have sufficient evidence of community support. So a no vote at all just means the application can't go forward. So it's not absolutely imperative, I think, that you have a vote. But I do think that a vote to submit in February might send a different signal to RIDE than no vote whatsoever. You know, that's a judgment that the council will have to make.
So to me, it seems strange to vote to submit in February without knowing how the plan is going to change, or if it's going to change, you know. So I don't know how the rest of the council feels about that. I mean, I would say it's between, you know, voting for February 15th or a motion to table. Is that about right?
Abel, this is Bryant. I'll make a motion that we vote to move the submittal date to February 15th of 2021.
Rory McEntee, I'll second that motion.
We have a motion.
Go ahead.
Brian, second from Rory. Discussion, please.
So Joe Veely, I think what was presented to us was whether or not to vote to submit on September 15th. And then our next opportunity is February 15th. And I would be more in favor of that because you're right. If the motion is to submit, it's done. They'll submit on, and we may not have, or even the next council may not have those questions answered. More importantly, the taxpayers and the voters might not, or residents might not have those questions answered. If the motion is to submit on February 15th, this will be submitted. And we may not know the operational savings, and we may not know all those things we just talked about. I think the motion should be to not submit on September 15th.
Thanks, Joe. Amy,
your next opportunity is February.
Do you have an opinion on whether this motion is sensical or?
I think this is Amy. The council can make the motion that it deems fit at this point.
And can I just point out that Mike Ursillo owes Amy dinner at least?
My opinion or preference would be to, I think if we vote to say we're not submitting on the 15th, that sends kind of one message, right? But I do think that the community needs to know that we're still behind this plan, and saying that we, you know, maybe we could word the motion differently.
Right. All I'm saying is what they've asked us to do is concur, and we don't concur.
Okay.
And then we know the next opportunity is February.
That's correct. But I think we can amend this, what's being asked of us, to include with an intent to submit on February 15th.
Exactly what I was going to say. So I'll make an amendment.
We can vote this, amend this motion before us to submit tomorrow
Yeah.
and say
Well, it's today.
the amended motion, it's today. The intent is to submit on February 15th.
All right, so
I think it's important, Brian. I think you're right that we include that in
Right.
what we passed tonight.
So I'll amend my motion to not submit on September 15th, which is today, and with the intent of submitting on February, is it 21st? I'm
I
sorry.
think it's also.
No, I'm sorry. Rob?
15th.
Sorry, February 15th of 2021.
Second to that friendly amendment.
Can you repeat that again, please,
Yeah,
Brian?
sorry. I make a motion that we do not submit or concur to submit the application for stage 2 for September 15th with the intent of hopefully submitting on February 15th of 2021.
So this is an amended motion because you already have a motion on the
Correct.
table in a second, right?
That's
So you're amending your original motion to
That is correct.
include that language, right?
Correct.
That's what we're doing. To reject the September 15th submission with the intent to submit the stage 2 application on February 15th of 2021.
Your words of reject, I guess, is a better term and clear. So we'll amend to include reject.
Does it sound right, everybody? Does that sound right?
Susan,
Help.
wait, you got
It's-
it there?
That's fine.
All right. I think we have a motion.
Did you get a second?
I
On the
think
amendment.
Oh, well, I can't.
you second it, Joe. Good.
Thank you.
I'll second it for discussion. I think also we should be listing what some of our concerns are. We don't want to just say that's our intent. That's our intent because. So even if we were to just attach to this motion some of the current concerns that we've all brought up, and some overlap. I mean, some are the same.
Deb, you're muted.
So the school building committee did forward a motion that included some of the concerns, Joe. So that might address your concerns that we're not fleshing this out enough.
Well, I just want people who, I won't be sitting here. So people who are sitting here to understand what the intent was. We didn't for a reason, and in the motion, there isn't that reason. So whether we attach or reference the school building committee's comments.
Concerns, right,
Yeah.
from last Wednesday, which was about not enough technical information and continuing to engage the public in the discussion.
Right.
But there was a lot of technical information within that motion. I don't know.
And I think we
if
all would like it understood, right? The school building committee didn't have the application by then, or didn't see the application by then.
We had seen a pretty close draft. We didn't have all the numbers, but
I think we would also like it to be understood that one of the concerns was we frankly just didn't have time because it was submitted to us so late. I think it sort of needs to be in there for, for the people who are going to deal with it in February.
right. And I agree with that. We didn't have enough time with it.
Right.
Do we need to amend one more time, or should we just say including the concerns of the school building committee as well as the town council? I think one of the ones that we might have had in there as well was operational savings in the school building committee meeting, but I can't remember with 100% certainty.
That wasn't in there, but
Well, we should have it in ours.
Question. What's the purpose of adding reasoning to our motion?
Joe's concerned that we may not be sitting here as elected officials in the future when someone goes.
Okay, so that reasoning attached to the motion will somehow be in front of the new council? when this project comes up to decide for them? Is that the rationale here?
I think there has to be some historical reference that it just for continuity. So it needs to be in the record. That's my point. Whether they ever see it is up to them.
I'd like to stick to the commitment of intent to submit by February 15th without a rationale attached to this. I don't see that as necessary. I think our public comments here iterate our reasoning for not voting in support of a September 15th submittal.
And it could just be late and we're making it more complicated.
I feel like we're tired now and we're making it more complicated than it needs to be. I would agree with Rory that, you know, the school building committee is going to keep working on this. School committee is going to keep working on it. Nobody's going to forget the deficiencies that we're trying to address because we vote, you know, without our reasoning. So I mean, I don't know.
I'm more awake than I've been all night.
Wow.
That's
So I can live with the motion as amended, which does not address the concerns, just
Okay,
that
there's
have
your
amended
vote.
it to the intent to submit.
Okay, there's your vote. Takes 3. Good work, everybody.
No, we
So-
haven't voted yet, though.
I know.
Can somebody just restate what the current motion is? Is it amended? Is this a?
It's the original motion amended with the word intent to in front of the original motion.
It was to reject the submission on September 15th with the intent to submit the stage 2 application on February 15th of 2021. Is that correct, Susan? Is that what we?
That is correct.
That sounds,
Susan would have it, yes.
that sounds better.
Okay.
Bryant made the motion.
Bryant made and amended that motion.
Correct.
And you're saying to submit it by February 15th, not necessarily on February 15th.
Correct, by
with the
February
intent.
15th, yes.
Okay.
All right, and Rory seconded that motion.
Correct.
That's where
Yes.
we are. Okay, very good. Any discussion on this motion? Feel like people did a very good job of stating their points. I will just say that this has been an incredibly frustrating and sometimes discouraging process. And I think we're risking money, but you know, it's just a risk, and we got to make sure this project is done right. And you know, it's been so long. I want to thank you all for being there through much of it. Some of you, all of it. Still more work to be done, clearly. Very frustrating to, you know, be told on one day that we're not going to have the numbers, the next day to have the numbers, and then to, you know, hear that we're not going to be able to submit on February 15th, and then the next day to hear that we will be able to submit on February 15th. It's been a roller coaster of the last week, and I don't know where the blame lies for all these twists and turns, but it has not been fun, I think, for anybody here at our table on the school building committee, or for anybody in the community that we're trying to serve. So it's frustrating, and you know, I think on behalf of the council and everybody, I'd say we're sorry that, you know, we haven't been able to put the pieces all together yet. We will continue to try. All right, with that said, we'll take a roll call vote on this.
Okay, Council President Collins,
Aye.
Council Vice President DeCruz,
Aye.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
Councilman Veely.
Aye.
Vote is unanimous.
All right. 13F is a resolution authorizing the purchase from Zoll Medical Corporation, 269 Mill Road of Massachusetts, Chelmsford, Massachusetts, of one Zoll X Series manual monitor defibrillator in an amount not to exceed $31,991, including trade-in allowance, with payments to be made in 12 quarterly installments of $2,665.89 over a 36-month period. Further described in a memo from the Director of Emergency Medical Services to the Town Manager dated September 9th.
Joe Veely, motion to approve 13F.
Deborah Kelso, second.
So moved. Any discussion? Is there anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. 13G is a resolution extending the town's declaration of emergency adopted at an emergency session on March 15th, 2020. Subsequently renewed April 13th, May 11th, June 8th, July 13th, August 11th, and as shown on Exhibit 3. Do I hear a motion?
This is Deb Kelso, motion to approve item G, 13G, I believe it is, 13G.
Rory McEntee, I'll second that motion.
Motion by Deb, second by Rory. Discussion? These need to be renewed. Obviously, we could not just have an unending declaration of emergency, and hopefully there will be some end. I don't know, Rob, if you have any inkling of, what the future is in this regard.
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing to predict. We just don't have any experience in this stuff at this point, other than what we've experienced since March. We don't know the future. We don't know, when the next or where the next outbreak or spike is going to be. We just need to remain vigilant. And, what we're finding is, I hope, we're trying to use these emergency powers with, discretion and not overdo it. Because every time you take any action, it is overdone by somebody's measure, and we're very aware of that. This is not where anybody wants to be. If I never saw another emergency declaration or emergency order again in my life, I'd be happy. But we do need to have the flexibility to do what has to happen. If we have, a big party that happens and, we've got to ban parking on the road because we gotta clear out, that section of town or something, we've got to be able to do it. We just have to be able to do these things.
Yep. This is Amy. I concur with that. I think it should be month to month, just as the state declaration of emergency has been. I think we're up to 60 odd or 70 odd state orders on the emergency. So we're all feeling the fatigue, but I think Rob is right.
Amy, is there any other way to deal with it at all, or is it just continuing with the executive order?
This is, I think, the only way to deal with it.
Again, Abel, Joe, consistently I voted against extending these, mostly because, so in the state's case, the General Assembly is not meeting. So in our case, we proved back in March, I think it was, that I got a text at 11:15 and we were all in town hall before 2 o'clock. So I think we could assemble again. I don't want to, and I want to make it clear to staff that I have not been upset with the judgment. It's just, I think that we could assemble if we needed to. And that, Brian, to answer your question, is the other way to deal with it. The council could assemble. Is that cumbersome? Sure, but it's 20 past 1 and we do our job if we're asked to. So,
But if we couldn't assemble, Joe, quick enough, you know, if 2 of us are out of town for a week.
yeah, no, I know there's that possibility.
So I think we need to continue down this path.
Yep. And again, I mean, if it were 3-2, you might get me over.
All right, very good. Well, we do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, we'll take a roll call for this one as well.
Council President Collins,
Aye.
Council Vice President DeCruz,
Aye.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
Councilman Veely.
No.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you, Susan. That brings us to the end of tonight's agenda.
Night.
I'll second Deb's motion to adjourn. I think I kind of heard that.
Yep.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, is there anyone opposed? Well, this meeting is over then, and it is 1:21.
Hard work. Good night, everybody.
Night, folks.
Good night.